This man right here, Jahmyr Gibbs, is headed to the moon. Is he a top 5 running back? Is the question. Where do you draft him? Is the other question. And we still got some time to draft. We're going to draft tonight, but first we're talking about this piece of news that just really hammers home the point we've been talking about the entire offseason. The fact that they're going to use him in ways that people can't even fathom. And people are trying to get on the train. It's a little too late to get on the train. I just hope that some of you don't experience some second-round Jahmyr Gibbs reaching in the final weekend of fantasy football drafting. And some people draft on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, but a lot of people draft tomorrow. And I just hope this piece of news here, really regurgitating what we've been saying all offseason, doesn't trigger some second-round Ronnies to reach up and grab this guy. Little reach around, if you know what I mean, up into the second round, if you know what I mean. Grabbing little Jahmyr Gibbs, this 199-pound frail man that can't survive at the NFL level. He's DeAndre Swift 2.0, Smitty. They're not going to use him, Smitty. David Montgomery's there, Smitty. They're paying Monty too much money, Smitty. Yeah. Okay, Bob. You keep doing your thing, Bob. We'll keep doing our thing. And it starts right now.
Live from the FantasyFootballShow.com studios. It's the Fantasy Football Show. Live! Monday through Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern. Smitty is also live whenever news breaks.
From the FantasyFootballShow.com news desk, here is your breaking news.
So, this news was earlier. I've got this news to break to you tonight. And if you haven't heard the news on screen, let me go back to that real quick and just show you that if you've been living under a rock the entire day, Cooper Kupp has obviously re-injured his hamstring. And that was a couple days ago, or a little over a day ago. But the real news is that Cooper Kupp he was in Minnesota, or he flew out to Minnesota to see a specialist about his hamstring, and that's a very, very, very big concern. Anytime a player usually sees a specialist about a hamstring, a groin, a knee, really anything, that is grave news, and really puts you in a position where if you're going to draft him, you're putting your entire season on the line. I'd punt Cooper Kupp well into the 5th, 6th round. And even then, it just depends on who's on the board. I can't give you a specific round. I get asked that question about every darn minute. And I understand why. I'm not mad about that. But I don't know is why I say it that way. I don't know. I don't know where to take him. Nobody does. Nobody does, because nobody's seen ADP level. The dust hasn't settled. Nor will dust even have time to settle, because the season starts on Thursday. So it's like, there's no way to really get a grip on where he's going to fall ADP-wise. There's just no time to even react. There's no ADP update. There's no way to find that out. So you have to kind of go batting in blind and say, I'm going to take him in round 5. To me, I push it as long as I can, and I honestly don't think I want to risk the biscuit on Cooper Kupp right now. It just doesn't seem like a good proposition. Hopefully a lot of you listen to this channel because we said don't draft him. Not anywhere near his ADP, so basically don't draft him. This man right here, we have said the complete opposite. This man right here, let me just speak real briefly on this topic here. This man, Jahmyr Gibbs. Okay, let me put his picture on screen real quick. Let me grab this from the other screen. Let me grab this real quickly and paste this over on this screen here just so we have it. And there we go. Jahmyr Gibbs. You're looking at a man, ladies and gentlemen. You're looking at a man, and he is a man. He is a man. He is a grown man. He is a man that's going to take the world and fantasy world, by storm. And Jahmyr Gibbs, as I wear my Grindhouse apparel, Grindhouse to the absolute moon, ladies and gentlemen.
to the moon.
Grindhouse to the moon. Grindhouse is our amazing sponsor. Go visit drndhaus.com. They're sponsoring us all year long. This is a man, Jahmyr Gibbs, that you can take at the 2-3 turn without a single hesitation. No stutter, no equivocation, no remorse, no buyer's remorse, nothing. He's a 2-3 turn monster. He's a top 5 running back in the making. And you can sit here all you want and say Smitty, Montgomery, Monty's getting paid starter money, DeAndre Swift 2.0. You can say whatever you want about Jahmyr Gibbs, but when your mouth opens, when you run your mouth about anti-Jahmyr Gibbs propaganda, you know what you say to me? You're saying to me that you are a double down Donnie. That's all you are. Because there's nothing at this point in time that should make you think this is going to be an experiment like DeAndre Swift that will fail. If you liken Jahmyr Gibbs to Swift because their size is similar or because they both catch the football well, you are a double down Donnie if I've ever seen one. You're welcome here. We open our door to you. But you are a double down Donnie, and you are the main reason we're able to get Jahmyr Gibbs at a value that is win a league home run potential, and we're talking 2-3 round turn. We're talking win a league, top 5 running back, explodes from his ADP, and honestly, you're going to be so upset at yourself if you have 0 Jahmyr Gibbs shares in 2023. In fact, if you don't have a single Jahmyr Gibbs share in 2023, you better get on over to Underdog right now. Promo code Smitty. I'll drop the link in the live chat right now. Hold on, let me drop that link in the live chat and pin it real quick. This right here, ladies and gentlemen, here's the link. Promo code Smitty. We're playing Underdog Fantasy in a second. You need to draft some Jahmyr Gibbs, and you need to do it now. That link has been, let's see if I can pin it real quick. That link has been, let me see if I can pin it. Pin it. Come on, bro. I haven't pinned it yet. I can't pin it yet. I'll get in there and pin it in a second. It wouldn't let me. Promo code Smitty. Promo code Smitty. Underdog Fantasy. Link was dropped in the chat just now. The link is in the description of the video. If you're watching a replay, click on that. We're going to be drafting here in a minute. Now, I hope none of you take them at 10 or 11 because you're afraid you won't get them. The good news is we're going to do a 6-man, 6-round slate of games for week 1 only. So it's going to be a whole different ball game anyway. So feel free to reach on Jahmyr because you will be okay. If he's even in the slate of games we draft for, we'll have to get in there and see what draft we're going to do. But Jahmyr Gibbs, because he's Thursday, he probably won't actually even be in the slate of games that we have going on. So that's actually good news because we won't see him get sniped tonight at an inappropriate value. But if you do a Best Ball Mania that's still available, if you do any of the other drafts that are still available, the weeklies, you can draft Jahmyr Gibbs, take him at the 2-3 turn and smash. Yeah, I don't think he'll be in the slate of games because he's Thursday night. But there should be a Thursday night slate of games. I don't know if that's opened yet. We'll have to check when we get in there. But I can't wait because I'm taking the higher on Jahmyr Gibbs yardage-wise. In fact, we'll go in there and do the higher lows on Underdog Fantasy for week number 1 tonight. We'll do at least one contest where we're taking the Chief and Detroit players on a single contest. We'll do 5 higher or lowers and try and smash that. This man right here, Jahmyr. Here's the report. I haven't even read the report yet. Lions OC Ben Johnson said the team might use running back Jahmyr Gibbs in some ways that people don't even think we might. Weapon. What have I been telling you all offseason long? This isn't a running back. What have I been saying all season long? This is not a wide receiver. What have I been saying all season long? This is not a player you've ever really seen before. What have I been saying all season long? That this is a weapon. He's not a wide receiver. He's not an RB. He's a W. And quite frankly, he's revolutionizing the position. And at some point, we're going to walk into a year or 2 or 3 from now and see weapons. Weapons. Not a running back, not a wide receiver. weapons. They're revolutionizing the position. Bijan Robinson's no exception. He is a weapon. Most all of his offseason highlights were receptions, were caught touchdowns, bobbled, one-handed touchdown grabs. In his highlight in the preseason game was that one unbelievably thought-out maneuver that he did. It was an innate instinct, but to have the foresight and to have the ability to think quick on his feet, that ball that was thrown to Bijan Robinson, we're talking about Bijan right now, was literally behind him, and instead of taking the pass, stutter stepping and going, he was like a soccer player out there. The ball was thrown this way, instead of he grabbed it and let the ball take him downfield. The momentum. This guy's a receiving monster. And a layman might come by and say, Smitty, this is stupid. You're talking about how Bijan caught a one-handed pass and swiveled around and ran down the field. He's some sort of, glory maker. Yes, he is. Glory is coming your way. This is a man in Bijan Robinson that could catch 65 passes in 2023. This is a man that could lead the NFL in rushing. This is a man, as a rookie, could have 1,900 to 2,100 total yards. Did Smitty just say Bijan Robinson, as a rookie in Atlanta, could have over 2,000 total rushing, receiving yards combined? You bet your bottom dollar I said that. He could lead the league in rushing touchdowns. He could lead the league in yardage on the ground. He could lead all running backs in total yards, receiving and rushing. He could have 70 plus receiving receptions and 2 or 3 receiving touchdowns. This man could have 15 plus touchdowns, 2,000 total yards, and just absolutely be without question or hesitation, the 1.1 in 2024. The Tomlinson, the locked in guy. You got the 1.1. What an advantage. Guess the league's over. I got Bijan. I got the big advantage, Bijan Robinson, 1.1, without a hesitation. We haven't seen a locked and loaded 1.1 in a while. We haven't seen an LT, a Marshall Faulk, in a while. And I think that even though JJ and Chase are going to have baller years and be absolutely unbelievable, and wide receivers are now the fun pick in round 1, everything's a cycle. Smitty, the running back's dying. Is it? Is it, Bob? Maybe they aren't getting paid what they should be getting paid, but are they really dying? We just saw 2 of them go inside the top 12 overall, one of which inside the top 10. We saw 2 of them almost go inside the top 10 because the Lions were tempted to take Jahmyr Gibbs at number 6. Jahmyr Gibbs is going to explode. He's going to be a weapon. He's going to be everything we've ever dreamed of him to become, and I don't think he falls short on any level. Assuming he stays healthy, knock on wood, we need that. We can't control that. And I don't think his stature or 199-pound frame is going to aid in him getting injured. I think he's a weapon, an elusive weapon that is not going to take the hits you think because he's not running up the gut 15 times a game. And for anybody that says the workload divide, worried about Monty, will Monty take too much? If they run the ball 450 times, 430 times, whatever the case may be, this man's getting 155 to 170 to 180 max in terms of rushing attempts. He's going to be over 5 yards per carry, but he's going to be efficient. Monty is getting over 200, 220 rushing attempts on the ground. There's more than enough left over that they need to hand some carries to a third running back. The fact that people think that he's going to be affected by Monty is laughable and it's idiotic because it doesn't even make sense. It doesn't make sense. This guy and Monty will be on the field at the same time. And as I said earlier, when that beat reporter early on in the offseason reported what I said was going to happen, this man lines up in the backfield. They hand it off to him. Next play, very next play, he lines up in the slot, turns around, catches a football, takes it upfield. 2 touches in a row. Third consecutive play, very next play, he lines up in the slot, comes in motion, returns to the backfield, and they hand the ball off to him. 3 plays in a row. Weapon. Monty, gonna have a good year. 1,100 yards, 7 touchdowns. No one's shrugging that off. That's a great flex play. No one's saying Monty's got a bust for this man to deliver. Monty's a necessity, not necessarily Monty. Monty has nothing to do with Jahmyr Gibbs' workload. We've said that all offseason long. They're using him in ways no one but us knows is coming. And we've been talking about it from day one. This is the very best pick in fantasy football 2023. This is the very best pick in fantasy football 2023. And he's going in round 3, and you're winning leagues because of him. Let's hit these super chats and then get to a draft or two, shall we? Let me pile these suckers in. You guys have been blasting them in, and I can't thank you enough. Kilpatrick with the first super chat of the evening. And can I remind everybody that the number one super chatter, I'm not opening phone lines yet, so I'm going to show this. Please don't dial in yet. But the number one super chatter of the month so far, there were 2 gentlemen that went at it last night. And I just want to thank both of them.
Call into the show.
Don't call
into the show.
Don't call into the show yet. But Brendan and Landon both just came in strong. And Brandon, if you don't mind, I'm going to leave Landon on here for one more night just to relish in the fact that he lost to you in a hard-fought battle. These are the 2 highest super chats in a single live stream for the month so far. Resets every first of the month. So here we are, the first of the month last night, and these 2 guys went back and forth, and $240 by Brendan and $230 by Landon. Those are the 2 highest super chats of a single live stream so far this month, and they're the presented by followers of the phone line. And after tonight, I'll make it just Brennan. But I just wanted Landon to relish a little bit in that. So I appreciate Landon for coming in strong. Phone lines aren't open yet, so don't dial in. I just wanted to show that so far. But Kilpatrick coming in with the first super chat of the night, which gets a standing ovation, I might remind you.
Let's go, mashed potatoes!
Yeah, buddy. That's my boy. That's my boy Kilpatrick. Coming in strong from the jump. Thank you, Kilpatrick. Smitty, it's time. Gibby will win leagues everywhere. Let's go. Appreciate you dropping your super chat wad on screen. First of the night, standing ovation. Let's give him a moonshot as well.
To the moon.
And also $20.
Alert. Super chat alert.
$20 super chat by Kilpatrick. Appreciate that guy. Man, he's a good dude. KB82 dropping a super grade on starters. Drafted Fields, Bijan, Chubb, Metcalf, Debo, Kittle, Walker, Sutton. I don't like Sutton at all, bro. But I don't care if it's the ninth round or not. Like, I want a Pacheco. I want somebody else in there. But, bro, I mean, aside from that, I could still give you like an 8 out of 10. Like, this team is phenomenal. You did absolutely amazing, assuming that it's at least a 10-man league. If it was an 8 or something, if it was a 12, you definitely get your score of 8. But get somebody else in that flex. Got offered Debo, Pierce, Pickens, and a second-rounder in a keeper league for Mike Keenan Allen, Amari Cooper, and Aaron Jones in a 4th. Take that Debo. Come on, racing boy. You got offered Debo, Pierce, and Pickens for a second-round pick and a second-round pick in a keeper league for Keenan Allen, Amari Cooper, and Jones. I'm taking that other side, bro. I am. I'm taking that other side. I'm taking the Debo side. The Debo side. I'm taking that Debo side. The side you're receiving.
You've just been smitten.
Unbelievable trade, racing boy. Give me the Debo side all day long, my guy. All day long and some. Thoughts on DK Metcalf? Good pick for me or nah? Yeah, I mean, I like him. I think DK is going to have a good, like, 1,200, 1,300 yard season, potentially 8 to 10 touchdowns. I think him and JSN and Lockett will struggle to be they'll all kind of rotate being the number 1 each week, but that doesn't mean DK can't have like that kind of season. He'll be steady, he'll be consistent. He had a lot of missed touchdowns last year that should have connected. So, like, even in a case where JSN maybe becomes the number 1 wide receiver by week 10 or 11, which it may not happen. DK could hold on to it. They could be a 1A, 1B, or 1B, 1A. Who knows who's going to be the 1A and who's going to be the 1B, but He's not a bad pick at all. I don't like him in the third round, but he's a steal in the fourth round. And he's not bad in the third round. He's just not a great third rounder. Vamp is at dinner right now, but just checking in to say what's up. Appreciate you, Vampy. Vampy to the moon. Vampy's the man.
To the
Vampy
moon.
always swings in, drops a super chat, even when he can't make it. He's such a good dude. Ethan, appreciate you. Let's see, who else is so many people in the building. We got 341 of you in here. Punch the thumb up button. This one right here is from VSAN $5 hauler. I don't know about my 12-man PPR. Carr, Gibbs, Khalil, Kamara, JT. Ugh, bro. Tyreek Lamb, Deontay. I don't like Deontay. I don't like Bateman. Tank Dell I like. There's a lot of players on here I just don't love, bro. You know, I love Gibbs. I love Kamara. Your running backs are strong. Carr's a good second quarterback, but he shouldn't be your starter. Like, what were you doing punting quarterback until what round? And JT, I mean, he was a huge avoid. But that said, bro, Tyreek and Lamb, you still got like a top 6 team. even taking a few players I don't love, like Deontay, like Bateman. In Carr as your quarterback, as much as I like Carr as a backup, you didn't do what I would have done, and you still got a top 6 team probably in your league. But the problem is you're waiting on JT. You can't win unless JT comes back. Nor do I want you to trade JT unless you get a Walker, a Debo. I would do that. Ridley, Debo. If you get someone to bite on JT at that, take it. But problem is you probably won't. And so you're going to live and die on him coming back in week 5, getting traded to the Eagles or something and balling out. And honestly, unless you get a great offer like a Debo or a Walker or someone of that caliber, I would probably let it ride on that and hope that JT does come back. Thank you for the super chat. 9th pick, I'm taking Gibbs in the middle of the second round. I can't blame you, Young, in the final hour. I'm not really worried about you ruining his ADP. This is the 11th hour. Go on with your bad self, bro. I Smitty approve whatever you guys want to do at this point. This is like letting you loose at the playground on the last day of school.
You've just been Smitty approved.
Just get after it. Running backs are Mixon, JT, Hall, Swift, wide receiver JJ Pickens, and wide receiver 2. Nice job. Got offered Olave for Mixon. I would take Olave and run. I don't even care what you have. I don't even need to see what you have. You can flip that if you have to. But Mixon for Olave, Mixon is not even I wouldn't even take him in the 4th round. He's got 3rd round value and it's head scratching to me. I would take it and run. And I honestly, doesn't even matter what you have. You just got to flip things if you feel like you need to. But you've got a very, very good team anyway. Smitty Superflex team. Pick 10 QB, Fields, Herbert, jeez. Mixon, Madison. I don't like Mixon. Kamara, I love that. Monty's solid. You got Monty and Madison and Mixon to hold their weight until Kamara gets back. But I would trade Mixon on the high. Definitely. He's got very high trade value. You could trade him up straight up for Walker. I don't know why you wouldn't have drafted Walker ahead of Mixon. And then you got Charbonnet, so it works perfectly. Wide receiver, St. Brown, Olave, Debo, Dotson. Bro, your wide receivers are off the hook. Your quarterbacks are off the hook. Trade Mixon for Walker, then walk straight to the bank is what I'm going to tell you, broski. Absolutely phenomenal team. Kilpatrick with another $5 hauler. Remember the Jalen Hurts take. Time to trust Smitty, Gibbs, and Bijan are concealed weapons. Appreciate you, Kilpatrick. Thank you, my guy. I'm not always right, so I don't want people to like put everything on these predictions and stuff, but I do feel really confident about them, and hopefully injury is staved off. You know, we can't hold off injury. We have no control over that. Look at Breece Hall and Javonte for us. But, bro, I've never felt so good about some of the Moon Men. Here are the Moon Men for people that don't get to see it very often. The Moon Men list, ladies and gentlemen. And I might add one more. We got a whole week of football leading into Thursday, so we might add one more.
The Moon Men, dropping loads in outer space.
Glorious list.
Space Moon says.
I love these guys. And then let's go over to the Mars Men.
He's on a shuttle to Mars. Mars Men.
Pollard, Gibbs, St. Brown, Fields, Chase, Burrow, Bijan, Olave.
Loads dropping and spinning aimlessly in space.
I mean, it's such a great group. $4.99 hauler from Gallo. This is what watching the fantasy football show will do for you. 20-year dynasty league, so no noobs. Mahomes, Bijan, Gibbs, Pollard, JJ, Chase, Pitts. You're gonna have a hard time proving to anybody that this is like a big boy league. But you know what, bro? 20-year dynasty league. Watching the show, I can appreciate it. Pollard's undervalued, ability to get him undervalued. Chase was very undervalued for a long time during his rookie season. People were selling him off near the end of the year because they thought he was a bust. He was having like 4 or 5 straight games of busting. And I said, trade for him. And there was a point where I was even uncomfortable with it. He hadn't bounced back yet. It was like 4 weeks in a row. I'm like, buy low on Chase. And I'm sure that's the year you bought him. And so this team is attainable. And, bro, congrats. You're going to smash it. Your league's going to close, though. They're all going to quit and run away. I hope you know that. Thank you for the super chat. We got E-Rock dropping a $5. Dallas wants to run the rock. Question, any chance Rico walks into Zeke's role and gets the 1B treatment? The guy that's getting the running back 2 treatments, Deuce Vaughn. And I think Deuce Vaughn ends up being utilized. He's exciting. He's a playmaker. And I think Tony Pollard gets more than enough total carries that we're not even worried about whoever's in that role helping support Tony Pollard. Tony Pollard is not going to get 270 carries. We don't want him to. He's a 5-yard per carry running back. He's going to be just fine at his 225, 235 and a boatload, 55 to 75 receptions. I mean, who the hell knows? It just depends on how much they throw to him. $5 hauler from Hammer. Hammer, you're my man. 12-team IDP. Gino, Richardson, Gibbs, Hall, Najee, Bigsby, Warren, Hill, Wilson, Dotson, JSN, Pickens, Ferguson. 3 IDPs. I don't love Gino, but I understand Gino, and you got Richardson, so this is good. It's not a super flex as far as I can tell. There's nothing here that indicates super flex, I don't think. So, I probably do start Gino in week 1 just to see what's up with Richardson. It's a smart move. It's steady. He's a top 6, 7, 8 quarterback, and I disrespect him. Everybody does, and I'll probably continue to. So trust him if you like him. Gino's got weapons, bro. So I'm totally admitting I'm undervaluing Geno Smith. So your team is really, really good, and maybe you can even trade him high later for a guy we like that slumps. Maybe Fields goes out and has a bad week 1. Buy low, sell high is my favorite time of year, aside from the hyping up of players all off season long. That's really my favorite part of the year. But once the season starts, I do shift over to saying, what's my favorite time of the year? Buy low, sell high, because people freak out. These early reacting Rodgers, just knee-jerk reacting Neds, they're all over the place, and we're going to clean up. Gibbs, Hall, Najee, Bigsby, Warren, love it, bro. Jaylen Warren, dangle him like a carrot over the Najee Harris owner. Wide receiver, Hill, Wilson, Watson, Dotson, JSN, Pickens, Ferguson. Really, 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 really tough to decide who to even play or bench there, I think, at some point during the year, because Watson, Dotson, JSN, and Pickens are all potentially on a ball, bro. Hill and Wilson, you're good. You're good. There's nothing to see here. The only thing I'd say is maybe try and go get an Ingram on the cheap, but who do you even give up? I don't want you to trade any of those guys. You almost got you got Najee. I didn't even see Najee. Hammer, I forgot. I might have read it, but I didn't even I didn't process it. You got Najee over there in the corner. Holy crap. Gibbs, Hall, I think I said it, but I didn't register. Najee, Bigsby. You've got Najee. Unbelievable, bro. This team's crazy. And I don't even think you could trade maybe just hold on to it. Ride Geno, bro. I like the idea of what you're doing here. And Richardson, if he pops off and becomes some very valuable player, you're going to be fine. Hammer, nothing to do. Stand down and wait until some of those guys gain value, especially the wide receivers. I can't believe I missed Najee when I was reading that. I'm like, dangle the Warren over the Najee owner's head. That's you. Pickens, Swift, Javonte, or Pacheco for the flex. Probably, we got to see how Pacheco's looking entering Thursday's game, and is he going to get limited at all? And, I think we got to wait. But for now, put Pickens in, and then we'll kind of maybe shift over to Pacheco, because I think Pacheco's going to have a great game, as long as he's not going to be limited. Mr. Punch dropping a $20 hauler.
Alert. Super chat alert. alert. Super chat alert.
Mr. Punch coming in strong. Sup, Smitty, just drafted my team Tuesday. 12-team half PPR super flex. My lineup is Fields, Bijan, Jacobs, Ridley. You know I'm not a fan of Jacobs or Pittman, so I'd look to maybe move those guys in a combo for one player. James Cook's interesting. He's also got good trade value. I'd have to say there are some players. I love Ridley. I love Bijan. I love Fields. Those are my three favorite players on this team. But and Hawkinson's nice, but I'm trying to move Jacobs for Walker. I'm trying to move, and you can maybe get some. I'm trying to move James Cook for Debo. And Goff's nice. Goff's kind of sneaky, so I don't mind that if you want to leave that there. But part of me is wondering, can you take like a bench player and James Cook and go get Debo Samuel from a running back needy team that has Debo? Just a thought. I love Ridley. Don't touch Ridley. Jacobs for Walker. Or even go Jacobs for Debo and James Cook for... I mean, I had a guy, James Cook and Pittman, you never know. I had a guy text me today on the Fantasy Football Show, which you can get, by the way, going to thefantasyfootballshow.com. I had a guy on the text line at thefantasyfootballshow.com today say, should I give up Walker and get James Cook, and it was like a Pittman-type wide receiver. I think it was worse than a Pittman-type wide receiver. I forget who it was. It was a rookie or something, but it wasn't Flowers or JSN. And I said, what are you talking about? Why would you do that? So James Cook is gaining value so quickly, I think you could get Walker. You know, I think you can maybe even get ETN maybe use Jacobs to get ETN. And if you like Jacobs and James Cook, stick with them, bro. But that's just me. I don't want those guys at their inflated value. I'm selling it. Even if I'm wrong, bro, guess what? I'm not wrong, because you're going to get top dollar and you're going to go buy guys that are going to play just as well, and you'll both win if I'm wrong. And if I'm right, he's going to get rid of a player and you're going to take on a player that I think is going to have less value than people think. This $6.99 hauler from Sim. Rate my squad, 10-team half PPR, 1 flex, Burrow, Garrett Wilson, D-Hop, Barkley, Gibbs, Kelsey, Watson's very good, bro. Very, very good. Garrett Wilson's an absolute smash, bro. D-Hop, Barkley, Gibbs, Kelsey. There's nothing even to move here. Maybe Kirk later. Kirk and Addison for Debo. Kirk for Pacheco if you want an RB. But, you could use Kirk, I suppose. But I do go after Debo. I do go after Walker in the final 11th hour. Those are going to be guys you're going to hear me say a lot this week. I'm going to be on repeat in some respect, but I'll help you not just say the same name over and over, but try and figure out how you can get into that. Walker in something using D-Hop. Barkley for Debo and let's say you could get a Pierce or something with Debo. I definitely entertain that. Not that I hate Barkley. I like Barkley. Burrow and Garrett Wilson and Gibbs, I don't touch. Kelsey, I don't touch. But I am trying, and Kamara is going to be a running back 1 for you that you get to throw on right next to Barkley. But I am tempted to say, hey, what can I get? If I trade Barkley down to Gibbs and I get Barkley down to Gibbs and Debo, and you throw back an Addison and Khalil Herbert or Addison only. Or Kirk and Barkley for, let's say, I don't know what the Debo owner has, but let's say the Debo owner had, Walker. I'd give up Barkley for Walker and Debo and throw Kirk in. Like something like that, Sim. It's a really good squad. Appreciate you dropping your super chat. This one's from Electric's 3-round. Who would you draft? Josh Allen, Jalen Hurts, Olave, Ridley, or Gibbs? Gibbs for me. Try and get Fields or Burrow in the next round or two, and then it's a home run and smash, bro. But Josh Allen and Hurts aren't bad if this is a 1 QB league, of course. I'm going Gibbs, but you can't go wrong with any of those options. Every single one of the guys you named is 100% worthy in a smash in the 3rd round. And some would say don't go early quarterback there, but even if you did go Jalen Hurts, who's probably the safest pick there, think about it this way. Like, yeah, you can get Fields or Burrow in round 4, but you could also get Walker. So is Hurts and Walker better in your mind than going Gibbs and maybe missing Fields or Burrow? or even if you got him, then it's even. So I wouldn't be opposed to going Jalen Hurts there. I think early quarterback is fine, but I think Gibbs, the guy of the night. I'm telling you, he's the best pick in fantasy football in the third round, so that's going to be my answer. Saquon for Gibbs and Swift. I'd probably take that, and honestly, people will call me crazy, but I would take Gibbs and Swift for Saquon. I would try my best to get more than Swift, though, so I'm going to tell you to maybe try and finagle more, but I certainly would rather have a Dotson or something like that if possible, but I do think Gibbs will be that good. I'm probably going to say hold off and try and get more. Swift is good, but I don't know if he's enough. Fair market value wise is probably not enough. So I'm not going to backtrack on that because I do think Gibbs will be that good. But I'm telling you, Gibbs, I have the title, top 5. That's not clickbait. So I just want you to get the most bang for your buck. We got a $20 hauler.
Alert. Super chat alert.
$20 super chat. $20 super chat.
I like Gibbs that much. Love the stream. 12-man PPR. Thank you, Thomas. I went Diggs, Pollard, JT before the PUP news. Yeah, but it was still so risky, bro. But I feel you. Andrews, that was a steal. It almost made up for it right there. Andrews in the 4th is really good. T-Law. McLaurin's got the turf toe. You're just drafting injured players, though, too. London, Dobbins. Dobbins is banged up. You're a second chance Scotty. Thomas. Your name's not Thomas. Your name is Scott Thomas, maybe. But hey, you still have a very good team, Thomas. You have a very good team. But would I trade J.K. and McLaurin for one bigger, better, badder player? Absolutely. Go get my boy Debo. Go get my boy Walker. Go get my boy. Let's see. You got Gibbs already? Do you know? You don't. Go get my boy Jahmyr Gibbs. Gibbs and Diggs. Do it live. Combos of those guys would be great. Dobbins and JT would be interesting to trade if you could get Debo, Walker, guys like that, Ridley. But if you can't, then you got to stash him and hope that he comes back and becomes the JT of old in a new uniform. You know what I'm saying? Thank you so much for the super chat, and your team is fire. And you don't have to force anything. Remember that. If everybody can remember one thing, do not force a trade before week 1. You don't have to conclude and wrap up all your loose ends, tie up all your loose ends before week 1. You can actually let things play out. Sometimes there will be players that you can buy after week 1 that you can't even sniff right now. People are fickle. If St. Brown goes in as 40 yards on 2 catches in week number 1, people will sell him like a late second round pick immediately. So please understand that you sometimes waiting's better if you can't get a screaming deal. Got draft tomorrow night, 12-team half PPR, 1 QB, 2 running back, 3 wide receivers, tight end flex, picking second, taking Chase, then Olave, Gibbs fall to me with the next 2 picks. I think it's a fantastic maneuver, and while I don't lock anything in, that is something that I can almost tell you that if it was there, I would take it unless Garrett Wilson or St. Brown fell. So that is one thing where I'll say that I wouldn't lock it in, but I can pretty much tell you that all the drafts I've done, that would be the best case scenario. Brofist Brad with the $2 hauler. 400 of you in here, only 83 thumbs up. That is true. We got 98 thumbs up right now, but 418 people in here. Punch that thumb up button. For every 2, if we get to 200, I'm giving away the fantasyfootballshow.com membership, which you can find right here, thefantasyfootballshow.com. All the rankings, bold predictions. The text device isn't included in this giveaway. I'm giving away the $35 membership for free because the text device is hard. It's such a intense product. I can't just give it out. But I am giving away the $35 content membership for 2023 when we hit 200 likes, and then every 100 after, I'm giving away another membership. So at 300, we'll hit another one. At 400, we'll hit another one. So hit that 200 mark, and we're giving away a membership, and I'll announce how to get into the entry for that once we hit the number. Drew, appreciate you with the super chat. Eckler, Jacobs, Gibbs, Brees, Charbonnet, Wilson, Amon-Ra, London, Tony, Flowers, Goddard, Kincaid. Should I make any changes? Jacobs is the only player I want to get out of that lineup. Not to mention you got Gibbs and Brees, bro. And maybe you start for flexes or whatever, but because you got 3 amazing RBs and you got Charbonnet, I'm trading Jacobs for Walker And if not, I'm trading him across position for that Debo Samuel action, baby. And I think Jacobs easily gets you Debo, a Waddle, or a Ridley. Those are all players I am going and getting for Josh Jacobs. Brandon Jacobs, Josh Jacobs, same thing. 12-team, best team yet, in my opinion. Hurts, Anthony Richardson, Gibbs, Brees, Pacheco, Pirine, Bigsby, Chase, Watson, Dotson, Sky Moore, Elijah Moore. It's a good squad, bro. Gibbs, Brees, Pacheco, I like it. I wish you had McKinnon as well. Maybe you do and you just didn't list him. McKinnon's fantastic. I'd much rather have McKinnon than like Pirine or Renfro or, whatever. But yeah, Renfro, I don't know that I'd even... Watson, Dotson, Chase is a really good squad, bro. Really, really good squad. Consider trades. I mean, maybe you trade if it's a 1 QB. I assume it is. Maybe you trade one of the QB or not one of the QBs, Anthony Richardson away with a potential Dotson or Watson to get some big name wide receiver that's slumping in the early weeks. So thank you, Gabriel, for the super chat. Appreciate you. Lucas dropping a $5 holler. Sup, Smitty just drafted today, 12-man PPR. My team is Mahomes, Dion, Jahmyr Gibbs, Kamara, Walker. Love the running backs, bro. Love them. Ridley, JJ, Hawkinson, Godwin, very, very good team. Moves, not really, because I like every player you have. I'd consider Godwin for a, Pacheco and something, a Godwin for Dotson or Pickens type of deal. Maybe you get something more in that as well. I'm just not huge on Godwin right now. I don't think Godwin's at amazing value. I think Godwin's got a tough situation. Let me see if I can get these rankings. Oh, the ADPs are already gone from the other. I got the NFL rankings. Actually they're there. The 2023 season rankings are still there. Okay. I want to grab those tonight before they're down. Running backs you could go get using potentially Godwin. Godwin's ADP is around, let's see. Godwin's ADP for me is just too high. On some platforms, on others it's not that bad actually. 61 overall. So 61 overall, I would say right above him you've got Pickens. I want Pickens and Dotson over him. I even like quietly JSN over him. In terms of RBs, around 60, you're talking about Kenneth Walker, Damian Pierce, Kenneth Walker, Breece Hall. Those are all amazing, amazing, amazing players. Looks like somebody might have dropped a YouTube exclusive membership up in here. Let me see if I can pull this up and see who did that because I've got the stream pulled up. YouTube exclusive memberships. It looks like we were gifted 5 of them by Brofist Brad. Brofist Brad.
To the moon.
Appreciate you, my guy. Brofist Brad to the moon. Gifting 5 YouTube exclusive memberships to 5 lucky people out there. Thank you, Brofist. Appreciate you, my guy. So hopefully that information helps you, but your team's really, really good. That's all I want to do is swap out Godwin. That's it. If you like Godwin, then trust yourself. Andrew at the movies, $10 hauler. $10 hauler gets a moonshot. Andrew at the movies. Appreciate you, Andrew. Andrew has a team consisting of Ramondre Goddard he's got a trade. He was offered Ramondre Goddard for Rashad White Waller. Give me Ramondre Goddard by a mile, bro. That's not even close. Yeah. No. Do you keep Waller and Rashad? I go get Ramondre and Goddard, and I do that immediately, bro. Immediately. Waller and Goddard are close. Ramondre and Rashad are not. So, that's easy, bro. That's really easy. Let me see here. Thoughts on a 10-man PPR. Lamar, Bijan, Gibbs, Lamb, Christian Watson, Andrews, Mike Williams, bench, Rashad White, Warren, Addison, Brandon Cooks, JT in the IR spot. It's a good squad. Really good squad. You're waiting on JT. Try for Debo, try for Walker, try for Breece Hall, try for Ridley, try for those guys. Draw the line at some point. Where's that line in the sand? And I think across position works better for trading away JT anyway. But after Ridley and like Devontae Smith and maybe Debo and maybe DK and DJ Moore, it gets kind of like touch and go whether you should bank on JT coming back in week 5 and getting traded to the Eagles or something, or trying to get like a Christian Watson, which is like borderline. Like, is it better to just bank on the miracle versus try and go that route? Your team's good enough to survive and wait for it, I think. Benjamin with the $5 hauler, 10-man PPR, Hurts, Walker, Dalvin Cook, Hill, A.J. Brown, Ridley, Kittle, Pickens, Dotson, Kamara, McKinnon. Any moves? It's a good team. Walker, Dalvin Cook. I mean, Hill, A.J. Brown, Ridley's fantastic. The running backs are a little to be desired until you get Kamara into the lineup. I would say if it's me, I'm trading Dalvin Cook because you don't have Breece Hall, trying to get Pacheco, which may or may not land. I also love that you have Walker and Charbonnet together. But Dalvin Cook and something for Pacheco. The McKinnon Pacheco is important for you. Past that, I'd be tempted to go a little light at tight end and get rid of Kittle if you can get some sort of potential upgrade or extra player to help out. Upgrade, I don't know. I mean, it could be the running back. It could be Dalvin Cook and Kittle for the Breece Hall. Or it sucked to trade Cook to get Breece Hall, but you know what I'm saying. I'd do that. ETN would be fantastic. You could look for Tank Bigsby on waivers and cuff that situation. It's always nice to button up those running back rooms when you're light at a position, because then you're really, really feeling safe and secure. 400 people in here, 152 thumbs up. If we hit 200, we have 152 thumbs up. With the 400 people in here, if we can hit 200, I'm giving away a thefantasyfootballshow.com membership, content membership. Sup, Smitty, you hopping in a Mania draft tonight? Probably not Manias. We're going to do a boatload. When I said boatload, I mean at least 2 or 3, maybe 4 of the $5 and $10 week 1 entries, where they're just week 1. Not the weeklies, the week 1 only entries. Could you talk a bit about JT and Dynasty? Yeah. I still think he's got potential value that's above, any questionable running back that's on the decline. Like, if you're talking about a Henry or an Eckler, you have to like JT more than those guys from a dynasty perspective, because JT still has a lot of time left, and he's probably going to another team. I do envision a trade happening after week 4. I think the Colts are going to simmer on this for a while, and I think maybe they either try and bring him back, but if he doesn't want to come back, they're going to move on and try and get draft capital for him and try and make a move so that they aren't looking like they're doing nothing. Because if they're not winning, it's going to be bad. It's going to be bad for this organization to sit on JT and have this thing continue to deteriorate in front of everyone's, in front of everyone's eyes. So I do think he gets traded, and I think he's got good value. I think it's interesting to trade for him right now. There's risk involved. So don't be giving up like a Breece Hall, Kenneth Walker, someone that's really entrenched into a dynasty top, 6 to 10 running back value. But once you get like past those guys, and you're talking about older players, things like that, I'm very, very interested in getting JT at that cost. 12-man T-Law, Bijan, Swift, Hall, McKinnon, Kamala Harris, Olave, Ridley, Tank Dell, Hodgins, Dulcich, and Love. Any moves to make? No. This is a good squad, bro. I don't want you trading any of those guys. Let them gain value. Swift, you can't trade high anyway. He's the only guy that I would maybe be tempted to move. I don't want you moving Ridley. I don't want you moving Olave. I don't want you moving Kamara or Kamala. I don't want you moving B. Hall or Bijan or T. Law. So you're in wait and see mode. $10 hauler gets a moonshot.
To the moon.
I wish I could just make up something for you, bro, but I'm here to tell you you're in wait and see mode. Your team is full of moon men and risers. There's no reason to try and force a trade selling a guy undervalued. Thank you for the super chat. This is a draft we spoke about, Smitty. T. Law, Aaron Jones, Breece, Walker, ETN, Pacheco, and Charbonnet, St. Brown, Olave, Watson, Quentin Johnson, Kincaid. It's a good squad, bro. I like that, man. T-Law, Aaron Jones. I don't love Aaron Jones. I would get rid of Aaron Jones, especially because you got Breece Hall, Walker, ETN. I myself would get rid of Aaron Jones and try and get a Debo. Put right next to St. Brown, Olave, Debo, Watson. But that's me. That's me. Not everybody loves Aaron Jones. Some people love Aaron Jones. 400 people in the room. Hit that thumb up button on your way in the door. And the final super chat to catch up. If I missed anybody's, please let me know and keep dropping them. I'll answer them in order which they're received. We're going to jump into a draft now. Let me drop that link one more time in the live stream right this very second. Here's the link to Underdog Fantasy, promo code Smitty, and they'll match up to $100 on your first deposit. Just go to that link that I dropped in the live chat right now and sign up. I'm going to hit I'm going to pin it right now in the live chat so everybody could jump in. And let me hold that down and pin that. Hold on. Come on. Pin it. Come on, son. There we go. All right. I pinned it. It's in the live chat pinned. It's in the description of every video, and they'll match up to $100 in your first deposit. 10-man PPR, 2 wide receivers, and a flex. Thoughts on Kelsey at 1.2. Love it. Especially in a 10-man or an 8-man, which I'm going to do a video on tomorrow about this. And I know we don't have a ton of time left, but I want people to understand even trading for him could have this advantage. But and I'll put that in the video. But trading for or drafting Kelsey in a 8-man or a 10-man league is so advantageous because think about it. Every single person that in an 8-man and 10-man league is a bloated team. But there's only one Travis Kelsey. You can have combinations of quarterbacks, running backs, wide receivers that all equal everybody else's. No one has Travis Kelsey. So 100% is the best pick in one sense. So I would probably go Kelsey if I'm you, bro. I think it is an advantage, a huge advantage. I love Bijan if it's like running back heavy scoring. 14-team PPR got Bijan. Thanks again for the super chat, Jake. I got Bijan, Gibbs, Hall, D-Hop, Watson, Dotson, Laporta, Aaron Rodgers, benches, Bigsby. I like this team. Not a lot of trade maneuverability, to be honest with you. A lot of guys that need to rise. Bijan, Gibbs, and Hall, D-Hop, Watson, Dotson. It's a very good team. I think you just need to wait it out, sit. Who's your quarterback, by the way? Any moves to make? Who's your quarterback? You got Bijan. It's a 14-teamer, too, by the way. So this is a very, very good team. It's deep. Aaron Rodgers, there it is. It's at the end of the starting lineup. Good team. Nothing to do. Let these guys gain value before you even entertain trades because no one's going to overpay. You know, you'd be selling low. You'd be doing yourself a disservice. Here's the final super chat. Justin, appreciate you. Monty over Gibbs for a first few games of the season? Absolutely no. Absolutely no. Let me explain something to you, Justin. I appreciate your super chat, by the way, but let me explain something. There's science behind this. It's not just me running my mouth. There's science behind why Jahmyr Gibbs is a top 5 running back. This is not weeks into the season, bro. Not only is this telling you right here, Lions OC's telling you right here that they're going to use him in ways people aren't even thinking. Not to mention we've got reports in practice. He's a weapon. But there's science behind it that I'm going to show you. But the continuum of the gigawatt component structure of Jahmyr Gibbs' workload divide has a megawatt offload that if you compartmentalize the component conjunction timekeeper and you flux capacitor out the continuum component megabolt, things just end up happening. And that's why Jahmyr Gibbs is a top 5 to 10 running back instead of top 6 to 10. This man, Jahmyr Gibbs, he looks better than Kamara looked coming out of college, more prepared to become Kamara. Schmitty, did you just say Gibbs was more prepared to become Kamara than Alvin Kamara was prepared to become Kamara? And I know in this comment here, we got another super chat coming in, appreciate that. I know this comment here is trying to like make waves right here. I'm not talking about that one. I'm talking about this other one right here. Where is it at? It's right here. It's Breece Hall is undraftable by James P. James P, there's no need to even post this anymore because we've already taken this comment that you left last time and put it as the worst comment of the year so far, and it's on planet Uranus.
And off he goes to the planet known as Uranus.
There it is. There it is. In fact, we'll let you wear the crown for the day. Worst comment of the year. Worst comment of the year. I don't know that it'll ever be topped, to be honest. I think that's probably going to remain the worst comment of the entire fantasy football season. So thanks for entertaining us with, man, 2 take a lap comments back to back. Again, thank you for the super chat, my guy, Justin. But just the double laps by both of you. We need to get you guys bunk beds, karate in the garage. Let's go. First ever draft, 8-team PPR. Dak, Bijan, Gibbs, Garrett Wilson, Olave, Lockett, Hawkinson, bench, Cook, Charbonnet, Pacheco, McKinnon. Love the Pacheco, McKinnon. Love the Dotson. Love the Swift. You got JT on IR. Why'd you draft? Was this like well before the news? that's a tough one with JT on IR, but I understand. Look, you might want to wait on it because I don't know that you're going to get anything for it. In the meantime, just wait on it. Hopefully it works out for you. You stay afloat. You win two out of the first 4 games, or 3 out of the first 4 games. And if you can explore, if you want explore a better quarterback upgrade, man, on Dak, you want to get like a Fields. You want to use Lockett to upgrade Dak into a Fields, into a T-Law. That's where I would focus with that team, bro, so that you're not left behind, because that quarterback play is going to leave you behind, I think. 12-man PPR, Fields, Madison, Bijan, Lamb, Olave. Thank you for the super chat. Lamb, Olave, Laporta, J.K. Dobbins, London, Pickens. This is good. This is a good team, I suppose. I'm trading Madison away. I don't like Madison as your number 2 running back. J.K. Dobbins, I don't like that. I trade both those guys for a Walker, for a Debo, for a Breece Hall. You've got Dalvin Cook, right? Let me see, where is it? I thought I saw Dalvin somewhere. Maybe I didn't. It might have been the other team. Madison and J.K. for ETN. Love JSN. Love Pickens. Worried about Laporta? Don't worry about Laporta. I mean, he's a rookie, so he's gonna be hot and cold. But like, what other options do you have? What's on waivers? Is Kincaid out there? You want to hold him as a Conquo out there? He's safer for week 1 potentially. But Laporta, they're talking about him being the second favorite target of Goff right now in terms of the pass catchers, not including Gibbs, but the pass catchers. Your team's good. You got a good team. You got London. You got Pickens and Jigba. You got a really good team. I'm just packaging J.K. Dobbins and Madison for one better RB to the tune of a Walker, to the tune of a Hall, to the tune of an ETN, and just going after that, bro, with all of your might until you're able to, figure something out to beef it up. So appreciate you dropping that super chat. We got 2 more coming in hot. I'm going to put them right here. We're going to start a draft. So I don't want to keep everybody waiting on the draft. So these 2 are sitting right here. I believe those are the only 2 super chats I haven't handled yet, so I appreciate you guys dropping those. I'm getting to those in 1 second. In fact, let me put them in the corner here, and we'll get right to them. So hang tight. Let's go into the Underdog Fantasy real quickly. Let me just do something real quick. Let's get into the Underdog Fantasy promo code Smitty. Underdog Fantasy promo code Smitty. I'm going to drop the link one more time, but it is pinned in the live chat right now. So if you want to draft with us, hit that link. Use code Smitty. The link will insert code Smitty for you. Let's jump straight in to... Oh, no. Tell me I didn't just screw up the... Come on. There we go. Yes. I thought I was going to have to restart everything. Not the stream, but I didn't think I was going to be able to get into my phone showing on here, because every once in a while it craps out and I got to restart it. All right. So here's the Underdog Fantasy app. If you're on the home lobby, we're going to scroll on over to the, let's see if it's going to start you off on the main screen here, which is going to say weekly winners. You're going to scroll on over to this draft right here called the Battle Royale Week 1. $5 entry, $200K in prizes. Click that bad boy. Click that bad boy. And then click the green button now. This is a 1 running back, 2 wide receivers, 1 flex, 1 tight end, 1 quarterback. 6 rounds. 2 more to begin. 2 more to begin, and then we're starting. Drafting soon. It's full. We'll do another one. Don't worry. We'll probably do 2 or 3 of these. Minimum. You hear me? Because these go fast. I'm number 2. The draft starts in 49 seconds. As you can see, there's 6 people in each draft, and it's 6 rounds. So you're drafting a starting lineup only. No bench spots. No, it's best ball essentially, but like not really, because everybody you draft is starting for you. There's no bench. So it's 1 quarterback. Once you draft a quarterback, the position is grayed out. 1 running back, 2 wide receivers, 1 flex, and 1 tight end spot. So once you draft a tight end, it's zeroed out, because it's the 1 running back. The flex is a running back or wide receiver, I believe. Let me see if I can find that real quick. Let me just make sure. So yeah, the flex is well, I guess it could be a tight end, I think. Maybe not. It might just be a running back, wide receiver. We'll see. If it grays out once you draft a tight end, we'll know. All right, draft is beginning now. I'm on the clock. Here are the teams, the matchups. Let me see if I expanded this one too much here. Let me put that back to size. Okay, there we go. There we go. I'm on the clock. 18 seconds left. Ja'Marr Chase. Who went number 1? Jefferson. I'm probably going Ja'Marr Chase here. I'll go Ja'Marr Chase. Put it back on board view. Again, this is 6 drafters in each draft, 6 rounds. Gonna be fun. Hoovie. I think this is Hoovie. Oh no, Hooley. We got a guy named Hoovie, so I thought this was Hoovie. 12-man PPR Super Flex. Burrow, Geno, Stroud, Hall, Ramondre, Etienne, Charbonnet, Chase, Watson, Hollywood Brown, Quentin Johnson, Marvin, Mims. 12-man. I like Hall, Ramondre, Etienne. It's very good. Charbonnet. Of course, I want you to get Walker somehow, some way. Chase, Watson, Hollywood. Very, very good. Not much you can do. You know, you could trade Hawkinson to try and get another player, but, you know, why do that, I suppose, when you've got that positional advantage and your team is very stout for a 2 QB league. Ramondre for Walker and something, if you can get like a Dotson, anything, that would be a good move in my opinion. Past that, I think you wait on this team. My team so far is Ja'Marr Chase. Let's see here. I'm gonna go Ridley in this one. So we got Ja'Marr Chase and Ridley. Thank you, Hooley. Appreciate you. But your team is a stand down unless you're doing the move that I just suggested. But I like your team a lot. It's a good team. 10-team PPR. Thoughts on T-Lock, Kelsey, Bijan, JT, Walker, Javonte, Algier, Higgins, Deontay. It's a good squad. I've got Chase and Ridley. Let's go A.J. Brown. So I've got I can't draft a wide receiver anymore because I just forced A.J. Brown into my flex. It's a 2 wide receiver, 1 running back, 1 quarterback, 1 tight end, 1 flex. So the fact that I drafted 3 straight wide receivers grays out my wide receiver column. Now, it's really important to keep in mind that this, because you can actually look ahead, and if someone drafts a quarterback, they can't draft a quarterback. And so you can kind of like feel out what the next person's going to do. Like, because they've already got a quarterback, they can't draft a quarterback. So Joe Burrow just went. This next rockout can't draft another quarterback. This next guy can't draft another quarterback. Only the guy in the 4.4 slot can draft a quarterback, so you know one's going to fall. And then if you look forward here, the guy in between my next pick can't draft a quarterback. So no matter what, I'm not drafting a quarterback with this 4.5 pick because this guy cannot draft one. The quarterbacks that are available, Fields and T. Law, we'll see if he grabs one of those guys. Obviously, if he doesn't grab him, then we have our choice. But if he does, I grab the other one at my second pick. Keenan Allen just went. Appreciate you, my boy, Michael. Okay, so this guy's on the clock here. It went A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Henry, Josh Jacobs, Joe Burrow, Chris Olave, Keenan Allen, Devontae Smith, and now it is I'm on deck. This guy right here. If he doesn't take a quarterback, he takes Mike Williams. So, because again, this guy in the first draft slot has a quarterback, just like my tight end is grayed out, my tight end or my wide receiver position, his quarterback position is grayed out. So if I go Hawkinson here or running back, I'm gonna go not Fields. I'm gonna go Hawkinson. So my team so far is Ja'Marr Chase, Calvin Ridley, A.J. Brown, T.J. Hawkinson, and he can't draft Fields. So I'm going to draft Fields with this next pick, and then all I got to do is draft an RB, which there are so many of them. Daniel, appreciate your super chat. 10 team PPR thoughts on T-Lock, Kelsey, Bijan, JT, Walker, Javonte, Higgins. I mean, clearly I want you to get a wide receiver. I would trade Javonte or JT for a wide receiver if you can. Bijan, Walker, Kelsey, T-Law's fire. I'll go after Debo as hard as I could. I would trade literally JT for Debo straight up. And you got Kupp. Bro, you drafted Kupp and JT, my two biggest avoids. What are you doing, Daniel? Why aren't you watching the streams, bro? Deontay and Kupp for Debo, bro. And then wait on JT. And then just wait on JT, my guy. Actually, yeah, the reason I took Fields is this guy right here picking before me. He could take Fields at this QB spot here. I don't know if you can see me moving it. So I'm afraid he'd take Fields there. Fields is more important to me, and he's the only guy left that would need a quarterback. But he certainly could take him from this slot to the right side, the number 3 draft slot. He has no quarterback. He's going to be able to hit Fields before it comes back. Now, had everybody had a quarterback yet, then I wouldn't even taken Fields until my last pick. Here comes the tight end run, which makes a lot of sense. Rockout's on the clock. He needs a tight end. What's up, Ethan the Negative? What's up, my boy?
Oh, Smitty, I wanted to ask you, in a 2 QB league, if I take Hurts at 104, and I really want Gibbs, do I take if Pollard's there, I'll take him in the second pick, but then I'll pass on Henry and Chubb, guys you don't like, and I'll take Wilson. If Pollard's there, I'll take Olave in the third if he's there, but then I probably won't have Gibbs in the fourth. I'd be looking for Gibbs or ETN. What do you think?
I mean, it's preference, bro. I mean, I want Gibbs in the third round. He's like clockwork. ETN against Indy seems like a really good matchup. I'm going to go, even though I like other guys like Walker. This team's phenomenal, bro. Fields, ETN, Ja'Marr Chase, Calvin Ridley, A.J. Brown, T.J. Hawkinson, week 1. 6-team league. But, I mean, it's a 6-team league, but it's only a certain slate of games. It doesn't include the Monday night, I believe, and it doesn't include the Thursday night game. So it's the Sunday slate of games. I don't know if it includes the Thursday night game. What's the Thursday night game? Anybody remember what the Thursday night game is? Is that the Bucks Vikings game or no? But this so even though it's a 6-team league, it's still they ranked me number 1, 85.9 points. It's the first time in a long time they've ranked me number 1 on anything. Should I be worried? Maybe it's not a good team. 85.9 points, but that team is straight fire. Just straight fire. Hold on, Ethan. Let me go over these teams real quick. Team number 1 had Herbert, Nick Chubb, JK, Justin Jefferson, DK. Doesn't stand a chance against my team. Doesn't stand a chance. Mine's Fields, ETN, Ja'Marr Chase, Calvin Ridley, A.J. Brown, T.J. Hawkinson. Just an absolute, just smash. Just a smash. ETN's going to have a day. This guy right here. Tua, Eckler, Waddle, Adams, Mike Williams. Get out of here. It's not going to stand a chance against my team. Romez has Hurts, Bijan, Henry, Devonta Smith, Dotson, Dallas Goedert. That's going to ball. You and I are going to be 2 of the top 5, 3 or 4 teams. Shady has Lamar, Jacobs, Keenan Allen, Cooper, Amari Cooper. No, thanks. Get out of here. Rock out's got Burrow, Christian McCaffrey. He's got a tough matchup, though, against Pittsburgh. Burrow, McCaffrey, Hill, Olave, DJ Moore, Pitts. That's going to ball. That's a top 5 or 6 team for sure. That's it. I think it's between Rockout, Romez, and myself. All right. To answer your question, bro, can you repeat it for me as quickly as possible? I didn't quite catch the dilemma where it was.
Flex, I guess basically I'll break it down to if I take Gibbs at 304 in a super flex, rather than hope he falls to that 45, 50 spot where his ADP is, if I take him 12 spots ahead of his ADP in Superflex and at 304, is that Schmitty approved?
Who else is there?
Well, and I was hoping to get Pollard second, Olave third. But because I don't want, it'll be like Olave and Waddle, for the receivers at that point. And then maybe Trevor Lawrence is a
I mean,
number two
I get.
QB,
Look,
probably.
he's a third rounder in one QB. He's a fourth rounder in Superflex. How far does he fall in the fourth round? I don't know, but I would play the game smart. If you think you can get like a Debo in round 4, then I go Gibbs and Debo and not really bat an eye. But if you go Olave and then you don't get the running back you want, I like Debo and Gibbs better. So just trust your judgment on that as far as what you think you can get away with. Let me back up real quickly, guys. Click on Battle Royale Week 1 once again. Let's jump in one more time. Click that green button. Again, this is 1 QB, 1 running back, 1 tight end, 1 flex, and 2 wide receiver. So we're going to enter in here. Draft starting soon. They fill up quick, so just jump in one alongside if you want. Daniel, hopefully I helped you out with what to do here. Higgins and Deontay is something I would potentially, look to upgrade into a Ridley, by the way. Burks and Higgins or even Hollywood and Higgins to upgrade into a potential St. Brown or Olave. Olave might be attainable using Higgins and Hollywood, but I definitely would get rid of Kupp and potentially, what was it, JK? Who was your guy? JK Dobbins, was it? Kupp and let's see, Kupp. Try and trade Kupp for Debo. Kupp and Hollywood for Debo even. And then you got 2 more super chats. Hang on, Ethan. Let me get these out of the way. Terry Roberts dropping a $5 holler. It says time to give away a free membership. Okay, we got 200. So to do so, tonight after the live stream, I'm going to go over to my Instagram. I want you all to go over there before the show ends. On my Instagram, wrong button. On my Instagram, you're going to go to thefantasyfootballshow.com. Here's my grid. You're going to click on the most recent post I have, and in the comments, tag 2 people and put a rocket emoji. Put a couple rocket emojis so I see it, like 2 or 3 rocket emojis, and tag 2 people in my most recent Instagram post, and I will pick 2 people from. Oh God, I'm going to time out here. Hold on, and I'm going to pick 2 people from the or 1 person now, but when we hit 300 likes, I'll do another one. So we'll pick 1 person from the comments that puts rocket emojis and tags 2 people. You got to tag 2 people on my most recent Instagram post, The Fantasy Football Show. Appreciate you, Terry, for letting me know on that. And then I've got a couple more super chats coming in real quickly. I've got this one from Call, your boy. Appreciate you, Call, your boy. Kilpatrick dropping one. Thank you, Kilpatrick. And Michael dropped this one earlier. Michael, appreciate you. Michael says, Smitty is the GOAT. 12-man PPR draft. Running back Bijan, Javonte, Brian Robinson. Okay, Bijan and Brian. McKinnon, Tyler Algier, A-Chain, Garrett Wilson, Ridley, Zay Flowers, Tank Dell. Really good squad. Hawkinson, you could potentially move Hawkinson if you wanted to beef up another position, but I think you're pretty good. I like Bijan and Javonte, to be honest. I like Garrett Wilson and Ridley. I think you're looking pretty smooth here. But if you're tempted and you need more, Law Dog's your quarterback. If you're tempted and you need more running back, wide receiver support, like the Debos, like the Walkers, like the Halls, like the potential ETNs, then Hawkinson's a good maneuver into one of those pieces, but you got to make sure you grab a good tight end off waivers and maybe swing back and let us know what that could be. Wipe your feet and like the live stream. 209 people, 447 people in here. 209 people have hit that like button so far. $10 hauler, all $10 haulers get a moonshot. And Michael, you get a moonshot as well. I apologize that I didn't didn't hit that for you. I'm going to leave this super chat here, and I'm going to answer this one next. Let me check these off, make sure I've got them all in order. Okay, super chats are all caught up. There's 1 left on screen. I will answer them in the order in which they're received. I'm on the clock here. I've got Jamar Chase, running back stable out there. I could potentially go in a bunch of different directions, so I think I'm going to swing on over to wide receiver. I'll look at the tight ends. Mark Andrews is there. Positional advantage is kind of nice. Olave sitting here. I like Olave this week. I'm going to go with Olave, I think. We'll see if Shady goes with one of the tight ends. If he does, that's okay. I definitely don't mind going. So he went Andrews. He went Andrews and he went Lamar. So I kind of want to, with this build, what I'm doing here, Chase, Olave. I'm going to go, because the wide receivers, they're good, but there's some guys I like kind of all over. I really don't want to miss Fields with this build. So I'm going to go Fields. My team will be Chase, Olave, Fields, and we'll see what happens here. And then this one, $10 hauler, 10-team PPR double flex, T-Law, Henry, Chubb, Waddle, Devontae Smith, Ingram, DK, Connor, bench, Kamara. Love Kamara. I'm probably trading Akers and Connor, or McLaurin and Connor, or McLaurin and Akers on this team for one better player. All the players they keep naming all night long, from the Ridleys to the Walkers to the Breece Halls to the Deebo Samuels to the. I mean, honestly, you can just take a look at this wide receivers. Even we'll just look here. Even the DJ Moores of the world, Devontae Smith. Connor can maybe get you into if you trade Connor with somebody like McLaurin and Connor together, who knows what you can get. You could maybe get a Devontae Smith. You could maybe get an ETN. You could definitely potentially get a Calvin Ridley. So swing for the fences, and definitely a Deebo Samuel. Those are all really, really, really good moves in my opinion. I'm so interested in trading for Deebo Samuel right now at his cost, his 4th round type value. Opinions on the squad: 12-team full PPR, Fields, Bijan, Breece, AJ Brown, Ridley, Kincaid, Akers. I'm trading Akers again, just like the other guy. I trade Akers to that other guy as well. Thank you for the super chat. Who is his name? Call your boy. Beacon, I'm coming back for you. I'm on the clock. My team so far: Fields, Chase, Olave. The top, my quarterbacks are grayed out. Running backs, tight end. I'm going to pass on tight end here, and I'm going to go DJ Moore and pair him with Fields. So my team so far is Fields, Chase, Olave, DJ Moore. Feeling really good about that. He goes Jacobs. I don't think he's going to go ETN. Shady. So ETN's available. But if you want ETN, there's tons of options. He goes Amari Cooper. I'm going to probably go ETN. I could go, I'm going to wait on tight end. I'm going to go ETN because I think he's going to have a baller day. And I'm going to build a similar team that I built last time, but it's just slightly different. Fields, Travis Etienne, Jamar Chase, Chris Olave, DJ Moore versus having like, what do I have? AJ Brown, Chase, and who? I forget. But this team feels really, really solid as well. So we'll let that go over. And then Beacons, I'm sorry I didn't continue with your super chat. Opinions on the squad: 12-team PPR, Kincaid, AJ Brown. Let's see here. Fields, Bijan, Breece, AJ Brown, Ridley, Kincaid, Akers. So trade Akers, and I don't want you to trade any of your starters. I love AJ Brown, Ridley. I love Fields, Bijan, Breece. Akers I don't like at all. I'd honestly trade Akers in for a Pacheco McKinnon. If McKinnon's on waivers, because this is a small bench, I do imagine McKinnon is on waivers, to be honest, looking at how small your bench is. I would drop Bateman in a millisecond for McKinnon. Trade Akers for Pacheco. Let people laugh. I don't even know if you'll get it, but if you do get it and it's an undervalued swap, who cares? Pacheco is going to ball out. McKinnon and Pacheco is a fantastic running back 3, and you could definitely use it. Given maybe Breece starts off slow, maybe he doesn't. But I love this team. Other players you could trade Akers for. I don't know if you can get anything monstrous. You could pair them with Dotson and maybe reach kind of high for like the ETN types, but you'd have to kind of get lucky and somebody really like Akers this year. But that would be my advice there, Beacons. Beacons, appreciate your super chat, my guy. Okay. Negative Ethan, do you have anything else?
Javonte Williams. When in a super flex, I've seen times where like I'm needing a receiver, running back, and I think Jahan Dotson was there, but I should just go further down the list, pick Javonte Williams. And I've noticed Jahan Dotson drops, right?
I like Dotson as much as I like Javonte, to be honest. Like for example, this guy trading away Akers. If you could get Pacheco, honestly, I'd go Dotson. Pacheco, Dotson, Pickens, Kamara. There's a plethora of options. Kyle Pitts, Ingram. I'm going to go Ingram here. I'll go Ingram here. So the team rounded out to Fields, Etienne, Jamar Chase, Olave, DJ Moore, and Ingram. That's nasty. That is nasty. Okay, let's get into one more after they score us. Yeah,
But
bro.
definitely Javonte over James Conner if I need a
For
running
sure,
back,
bro,
'cause I
for
know that
sure.
They're in like the same area. Right?
I mean, the Cardinals are going to suck. They're going to absolutely suck.
Yeah.
Connor lives off of touchdowns. So it's like saying that this I'm gonna go ahead and get this tree and there's going to be no water in the yard. Like, how the hell is he going to get touchdowns blooming when he literally all he does is score touchdowns and he's not going to sniff the end zone. He's not going to sniff the end zone at all, bro. At all. He just won't.
Mm-hmm.
Not to mention he's an injury-prone guy. Jump in and into another one. Click the green button. Go. Go, 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 go. Avi, you're live.
Yo, what's up? So I have a question for week 1 again. So 2 out of 3 of these guys, I'm thinking. It's either Javonte Williams, Zay Flowers, or Swift. I need to play 2 out of 3.
Javonte, Zay,
and
or
I
Swift.
think Javonte is a must start, but I don't really know how he's going to come out week 1. And I think Swift and Zay Flowers got some upside.
You know what? You know why I say go Javonte without much of a hesitation, bro? Is
I'm feeling him.
He was used really like they used him hardcore, bro. They used him a ton, and he had like what do you have like 2, 3? He had like 2, 3, 4 receptions, whatever it was. I forget the exact amount, but they used him. They used him big time. It wasn't like, okay, we're going to ease him in and give him 2 carries. He was like Kamara was used. Yeah. Kamara was the focal point of the entire drive Kamara was in on, and totally showed us that Kamara is going to have as long as he's healthy. He might get hurt right away. He's an older player. That's one of the knocks, right? One of the red flags. But Kamara, as long as he's healthy, will be a low-end running back 1 in fantasy. Low-end running back 1.
Agree.
And so I feel the same way about Javonte, because in the preseason game, in a short amount of time, he was a big focal point of the entire drive and offense. They threw to him, active in the passing game. I love Javonte, bro. Love Javonte. I do like Swift. I do, but he's more of a, when you've got options like that, a wait and see. I'm going to go JJ in this one because I don't get a lot of chances to draft him, and I'm at the 1 here, so I'm going to smash JJ there. Hold on one second. Let me go to what? Go ahead, Avi.
You play Swift over Zay Flowers? Zay Flowers is against the Texans. I feel like he might go off.
I think he falls. I think Zay Flowers falls in the end zone. I can picture it.
I would.
I'd probably go Zay just in week 1, but I'm so tempted to say Swift. I like Swift a lot. We just don't know what it's going to look like yet. That's the only concern. Like, are we going to really kick ourselves? I mean, we might, because if he had like 2 touchdowns and like 80 total yards, we'd be pissed off. And I'm starting Swift in a lot of leagues, so I'm going to be happy myself. But I'm saying with some of these close calls, I don't know. Do you trust a rookie wide receiver with Lamar Jackson that constantly he does start off good sometimes and then he tails off, or he starts off bad and then he gets good. He's been disappointing 3 straight years. I'm just concerned, but I'm also a little bit unsure what the workload's going to be for Swift right out of the gate. I don't know. I would say this. I would say that Zay's safer.
Yeah,
Swift
we'll come back later.
Swift is higher risk, higher reward. And yeah, we definitely have to approach this near Thursday. You know what I mean? Like, don't lock this in. I could say Swift. Swift might be one of my favorite starters come Thursday morning. You know what I mean? Like, we have a lot of news cycles and days to go and sleeps. So definitely don't lock anything in. Okay, let me go on over to Tyler. Tyler, from you're live on the Fantasy Football Show. What's up, Tyler?
Hey, Smitty. I kind of did a little quick deep search into your YouTube channel, and I was trying to find some info on Debo because I know you're really high on him, and I couldn't really find. I don't know if you have a video on him. Maybe I didn't search hard enough, but I kind of want to just hear your arguments as to why you like Debo, because other than that 1 year that he had, I mean, he's been pretty solid. I mean, pretty consistent as like a 10 to 12 point guy a week, and I want to know why you're so high on him this year.
Well, I think, I mean, what do you mean other than that 1 year? Like, he had that year, and then last year he had last year, so it wasn't like, there's a lot in between. I think Brock Purdy looks very solid. You could say, oh, well, he didn't throw a lot to Brock Purdy, blah, blah, blah. But Debo didn't come into 2020 2022 in shape. He was overweight. He was struggling with the whole contract situation. I'm going to draft Jalen Hurts here, and I'm probably going to take, let's see, I want to take Andrews here. Wait, what does my team look like real quick? Hurts, Jefferson, Andrews. I'm going to do that. That's pretty solid. Hurts, Jefferson, Andrews. There's also the eye test, bro. You know, like no matter what you say or anybody says that comes in here and tries to say this, that, or the other, hey, he looked bad last year. Hey, like sometimes the eye test can overpower everything. And he looks fit. He looks slender. He looks on point. He was very pissed at himself. He was very critical of himself and said, I'll never put that kind of tape out there again on me, talking about last year, how overweight he looked, how slow he looked, and the way he was utilized in the preseason game when the Niners did drive the football down under the command of Brock Purdy, and they made an emphasis of using Debo, and he looked like the Debo of old. Sometimes that's all we got to go on, bro. Sometimes we can reflect back in the past and say, oh, until I see it, I'm not going to believe it. But when you see it and you feel it, and sometimes all you got is your gut, you got to ride with it, bro. And he's a player that all of a sudden I'm becoming very, very excited about. And that's probably why you haven't found a ton of it, because this is a new revelation of liking what I see on the field right here, right now, walking out of the preseason. And the preseason shouldn't determine everything. But when you get certain little nuggets that are special and they hit you a certain way and your gut tells you that this is going to be a year that somebody's going to put it all together, I'm worried about injury for sure with Debo, but I do believe they're fully going to immerse him in this offense like they did in years past. And I think they showed it in the preseason. I think he looked very electric, very smooth. I love how they throw this guy at the line of scrimmage still, much like they did with Jimmy Garoppolo. The concern was last year they didn't really do what they did with Jimmy with Purdy. And they had a whole mess of quarterback rotations going on. There was no consistency or continuity in the offense. Now it's controlled. Now it's going to be a whole lot of Deebo Samuel. And I just think in the fourth round he's an absolute steal. And he's league winning in the fourth round. He's league winning. Honestly, I think he's going to be one of the better last-minute 11th hour acquisitions that we're pushing on the channel, because he's very attainable. Very, very attainable right now. And real quickly, hold on. Hurts, Justin Jefferson, Mark Andrews. I need to draft a player here. Let me go ahead and snag. I grab two players here, actually. What do I have? Okay, I need a wide receiver. I'm going to go with DJ Moore, and I'm going to go with Ken Walker so he doesn't get sniped. And that way I have, so far with my team, Jalen Hurts, Kenneth Walker, Justin Jefferson, DJ Moore, and Mark Andrews, which is a pretty unique and interesting build. What else you got there, Tyler? Or what doesn't settle?
I was just going to say, can I give you two quick, and this isn't me like trying to argue, I just want to hear how you would respond to these quick counter arguments to what you said, if you have this time to do it.
Sure.
The first quick counter argument is the whole idea that there's a lot of mouths to feed, because I hear that a lot from a lot of people, especially people who have like platforms like you. There's just a lot of mouths to feed in San Francisco. And then when I said previously that, Debo had that one good year and you kind of questioned it, in his other years, he only had 802 yards, 309, and then obviously last year was 632. So one out of his 4 years was really good, and then the rest of them were pretty forgettable. And then there's obviously a lot of mouths to feed over there in San Francisco.
Well, I'd say one, he didn't get into his groove or into the offense and get utilized the way that he did in 2022 until 2022. So that's what I'm saying. He broke out, had a mediocre year last year, still did, relatively well, but it wasn't what we wanted, wasn't what we expected. But I think digging back into his rookie year and back into, previous years where he got injured, bro. I mean, he got injured. He freaking broke his leg. Like, what do you want from him? So he had a phenomenal, rookie season. And so I disagree with you on that. I think Debo has had a very, very solid career. It just didn't go well last year, and he was on the upward trajectory, and I think he continues to go up. As far as mouths to feed, that's what I was trying to tell you, is my gut tells me, and this is something no one can take away. It's your gut instinct. It's just how you feel. They're designing plays for him very similar to how they designed plays for him in 2022. and I think they're going to throw the ball to him a ton. And hold on, I'm almost on the clock here. Let me just make this pick real quick.
I agree with him, though. Debo's a wide receiver, too, though. He's not doing 2021 again, but he still has a very high upside.
I think he can be a low-end wide receiver 1. I really, truly believe he's going to have that. He's going to have that kind of season. He's going to have that kind of season. And there are a lot of good wide receivers to contend with to get into that top 12, but he certainly can do it. And the thing is, again, design plays going to him the way that they did in the preseason just gave me a deja vu of the past of him being a focal point and them designing plays for him and getting the football in his hands, and to see Purdy throwing those short passes to him and having Deebo Samuel with the scheme and the blocking. And Shanahan is a mess in terms of personnel decision-making, but his scheme and his offense is phenomenal. He is a savant when it comes to scheming. I can't stand him as a coach. I think he's horrible with personnel. I think he's horrible with quarterback decision-making. Click this. Let's go one more, guys. Click it. Click on the green button. But he does know how to drop a scheme like no one else, especially when it comes to those short passes and just getting Deebo Samuel the football and moving the football down the field. And the one thing you can do to protect Brock Purdy as you ease him along is allow him to throw short design plays to Deebo Samuel, which I don't think they had a whole lot of ability to do because Deebo wasn't on point. Deebo was overweight. Deebo was getting banged up because he was trying to carry all this extra weight. And I just think that keeping McCaffrey fresh will be more of a focal point than keeping Deebo fresh, because you're going to take McCaffrey out the field, and Deebo's going to get a whole lot of work. A lot of mouths to feed, sure, but the defense is going to be so good. This offense is going to be on the field, a lot quicker, and they're going to be in a lot of scoring opportunities and positions in red zone positioning that maybe they weren't in last year. And I think it's a tough matchup in week 1, which is why you haven't seen me drafting Deebo in this week 1 contest, though, because I don't know that I necessarily like, what he's going to produce in week 1 versus some of these other guys. But this is a week 1 contest. In terms of the longer term contest, I love Deebo. I think Deebo's one of my favorite go get 11th hour wide receivers right now, and that's why you hear me utter his name whenever we're talking about, hey, go trade for this guy. Hey, you got Akers. Couple this. You ended up taking Josh Jacobs. Go get Deebo and something. Go get Deebo and Pacheco.
Can I actually jump in on that for a second, for one quick second?
Yeah. Go.
Hello?
Yeah, go.
Oh, yeah. So I actually, you just said it. That's why I want to jump in. I do have Cam Akers on my team, and on my bench I got Brandon Cooks and Khalil Herbert. My other receivers are Dotson, London, and Ridley. This is my main league. And if I were to divide up a little trade to try to get a Debo, what would be your best plan of it? If you were, managing,
you got Cam Akers and who? Can you name your players? Cam Akers and who?
So do you want my bench or my starters or both?
Just name the guys that would be tradable. I don't need to hear like Bateman's and.
So tradable, who I'm willing to move is Dotson, Cooks, Herbert, and Akers.
I mean, you can try, bro. I don't know that anybody's going to give you Deebo for Akers and Dotson. Yeah, but try. You could try, but I would get rid of Akers for more of like a Swift, a Pacheco, guys like that. Because there's no way someone's going to give you Akers.
Because the guy who drafted Deebo in my league isn't a huge fan of him, and he was trying to move him, and I could potentially try to get a little.
Take a stab. Throw Cooks and Akers in there. See if you can get them, but. If not, I do trade Akers for other players that are like in that Swift Pacheco territory, because I trust Pacheco McKinnon over Akers all day long, especially the combination. The combination is going to be good. It's going to be amazing. If you started
Deebo, London,
Godwin. I would go.
Your heavy running back, and those are your like.
I would go Deebo, London, Godwin in that exact order, and a Godwin would be far down. Deebo and London are very close. The only reason London isn't like a top 7 wide receiver, the reason London isn't right there with Olave and Garrett Wilson's because he's the only one that doesn't have like the gunslinging quarterback. Like London's amazing. If you put London with Derek Carr and you put Olave over in Atlanta, we'd see the same ranking. They'd swap. It'd be London in the top like 15 to 18. And so I love London enough, though I do, that I'm taking them all the time. But certainly don't feel like. Let me just see real quick. Hold on.
I'm feeling better about London because the targets was way up for him, and I'm in a homer league with the Packers, so I know they're going to want Christian Watson over London, and I think London's going to drop. And his targets was in the 70s last year with crap. So, I mean, even with Pitts back, I think it'll still be good.
Yeah. Well, yeah, London's not going to take the hit like Pitts will. If anybody's taking a hit because the offense just doesn't throw enough, it's going to be Kyle Pitts. We've seen it. We've seen him already ignore the tight end position, but they haven't ignored London. Everybody that tries to translate the Kyle Pitts misusage to the London situation isn't paying attention, because they actually did throw the ball plenty to London in 2022, and London with Ritter in there, and even the game prior. So, incorporating the offense in general, the last 6 games, he was on pace for like around 1,300 or something yards on that 6-game pace if you extrapolate the data. So it's touchdowns are the concern with Ritter. Can he get him the touchdowns? But yeah, I don't think you can get Debo for that Akers, but you certainly can try. I would certainly try my best.
But you got Debo over London, huh?
I do. Yeah, because I think he can be. I like London. London's an excellent wide receiver too. Or he has the ability to be an excellent wide receiver too. But Debo can be a low-end wide receiver 1 with ease if he stays healthy. With ease. The concern of the workload and the running he's done over the years is a red flag, but the offense will be potent enough under Purdy as long as Purdy stays healthy, which is a concern. Like the health of Purdy and Debo combined is a pretty decent red flag, but that's why Debo goes in round 4. So it's packaged into his risk, I think, totally. That's why I like him so much. Debo in round 4 or in round 4 equivalent trade value feels like a home run. Just an absolute home run. Because even if he does drop low-end wide receiver or high-end wide receiver 2 numbers and doesn't drop low-end wide receiver 1 numbers, you're still getting way above what you're paying in terms of 4th-round value.
Would you rather have Debo or Hopkins?
Debo. But I think it's arguable.
Yeah, I don't even think that one's close. I would take Debo in a second.
Hopkins is the main guy.
So is Debo from a receiving perspective, but I think that Hopkins plays for a shittier team with the worst quarterback. So I mean,
but they're going to be trailing.
But
the Titans will be passing
doesn't mean Tannehill's going to be connecting, bro. It doesn't mean they're scoring touchdowns.
I have to agree with you.
Debo's scoring you double-digit touchdowns total. Like whether it's 3 to 4 rushing, 6 receiving. He's a 10. If he plays 16 games, even he's a 10 touchdown plus guy, because they use him, bro. He's their guy. He's the guy they use near the end zone. And I'm telling you, based on what I saw in the preseason, I'm telling you, he's back to that being that reliable plays are designed for him role in the offense that almost doesn't have that mouse to feed concern, because there's so many design plays for him. It's kind of like a Okonkwo. I'm not overly concerned about Hopkins taking away from him. I think everybody else gets theirs taken away from him. But I think that in terms of Okonkwo, he's got so many design plays that are just for him. He's kind of safeguarded into a piece of the pie. And I think Debo is the same way. I was worried about it last year. I didn't see it last year. He was out of shape. He was almost in Shanny's doghouse, it seemed, in some respects. But the revolving quarterback situation didn't allow them to design plays enough for Debo, because it's just a revolving, musical chairs quarterback situation. Like, it wasn't like they had, when Purdy got in there, it was smooth sailing for a while. But you didn't see Debo as involved, but I think this year is going to be different because they want to ease Purdy in, and I think they realize to get back to what as long as Debo's healthy and looking smooth, and he is, they can get back to what worked for him, even with Jimmy. And so the dump offs that they did in that game, especially it was like the first play, I think. The first play, drop back, Debo turns around just like the olden days with Jimmy, grabbed the football, Amazing blocking, scheme's unbelievable. Debo just marches down the field. I don't know how many yards. It was a pretty big play. The first catch. It was like 20-yard play or something. I just see that happening a lot. And not to mention, like I said, 4 rushing touchdowns, 6, 7 receiving touchdowns. Even if it's just 5 receiving touchdowns, 3 or 4 rushing, and the total yards being to the tune of 900 or 1,000 receiving, but he has 200 or 300 rushing, like that still earns you the 4th round value. And I think he explodes from that if he stays healthy. That's like your worst case scenario, is that he gets you like 1,200, 1,100 total yards in a bust season with like 9 touchdowns. That's if he plays even 15, 16 games, that is his bust territory, like his floor. So I love Debo. And keep in mind, all this, keep in mind, we're talking 4th round cost of entry. 4th round cost of entry. This is not risky. This is not risky stuff. If we were talking this kind of talk at 2nd and 3rd round value, like where Ridley's going, like the 2-3 turn, that's when we'd have a lot of there's a lot of mouths to feed questions that are overpowering the upside. But nah, bro, Debo's gold in round 4. Gold.
Amari Cooper or Debo?
I don't take Cooper in the 4th round, period. I wouldn't draft him in the 4th round, period.
Cooper's going to outscore him.
I wouldn't go near him. I wouldn't go near him. I don't want anything to do with Amari Cooper in the 4th round. Mixon in the 4th round, Amari Cooper in the 4th round. Those are guys I'm not going near. Those ADPs aren't even close to where I think. I was like Judy going in round 4. Everyone's like, no, he looks good. He had a good fit. Look at it now. How does that look now? How does Judy in round 4 look now? Not very good. I don't think you could trade Judy for even a 6th round player right now. So, Amari Cooper, I realized he had a pretty decent season. He did. Even I was shocked when I pulled up his numbers, but I don't trust Deshaun Watson even a little bit. And I think Elijah Moore is going to eat into Amari Cooper's workload more than people think.
Watson's better than Brock Purdy, though.
What does any of it matter when the offense, the scheme, the design plays don't make that mean anything to me, Avi? That means nothing to me.
No, Debo's going to be a beast. I don't think.
I know what you think, but I disagree with you. I know what you think, Avi. I know what you think. You listen, Avi. I appreciate you, but it is what it is. Like I know you want to. Lately you've been coming in and you just want to push back on everything I'm saying, and I appreciate you, but it does seem to be. Every little single thing I come in and say, you want to push back on it. It's fine,
I think,
but we've already discussed it. Like, move on to the next topic.
I just think it'll be hard for him to be in the top 12.
Good, Avi, great, fantastic. Next topic, Red, you're live.
Is this the Avi that I always argue with in the chat?
Yeah, he just sometimes he just Avi, no offense, I like you, pal. You always end up leaving the chat with a nice comment or something, and you make it all right at the end of the day. That's Avi's move. But Avi, sometimes you rub me the wrong way when you just come in and you try and anti whatever I'm saying. Like, I got a message going, the show's going. Like, I open the phone line. What other show opens the phone line? I don't want to hear Smitty doesn't like when people disagree with him. What other person opens the phone line to have debates? But when there's a repetitive pattern of somebody calling in to push back on everything I'm saying, the message of the show, Debo's the buy of the day, guys. Go get him. And I'm here. I've Avi sitting in here dialing in every time. Let me go ahead and push back on this one. It just gets annoying. Avi, it gets to the point where I don't even want to answer the call. So, don't always come in with the counterpoint every single time I'm driving home a message. And it's not about me not liking a debate. It's about me getting tired of me coming to my people, trying to send a message, and then I got this anti-argument that is always just there no matter what. It's like, let me just push back on this one. It's good at times, Avi. It's good at times, Avi, but it gets old when that's your MO for it. Call in and ask a question, call in and talk about a player. It doesn't have to be about the message of the day every single time. Pushback's great. Again, who opens the phone lines? Nobody. Who debates and has counterpoints and conversations? Nobody. But it's just Avi. People know it. You come in and you're just
the first question I asked was Zay Flowers and Swift.
I know, Avi.
I think Debo's a good player.
Okay.
I just think it's hard.
Enough. Move it. Next topic. What else can I do for it? Let me hold on, Avi. Let me go over to. Did he hang up? Who is that? that was calling in. Jeremy, you're live.
Smitty, my dude, what's going on?
What's up?
Hey, not a whole lot, man. I appreciate you taking my call. Had a quick question for you on this Gibbs topic in terms of trade. Sorry, let me get this pulled up.
All right, while you do that, let me circle back over to Ethan the Great. Ethan, go ahead. And Tyler just dropped off. Tyler, thanks for calling in. Go ahead, Ethan the Great.
Oh, I wanted to say, you mentioned Elijah Moore.
I like Elijah Moore.
As a Rodgers fan, I'm really disappointed that he, hey, I got to have my best bud Cobb come in here, and then they get rid of Elijah Moore. It would have been awesome to see electric Elijah Moore with, Garrett Wilson, and instead he's like, I need my guy. I stood up in his wedding. I don't know. It's just Cobb. I mean, he was good at one time, but guy's how old now? So I'm just a little disappointed with that.
Yeah. Elijah Moore is interesting. On the topic of Elijah Moore, he's very interesting. He's a very talented guy. Very, very talented guy. And I think that getting an opportunity is really, really nice. Really, really nice. I'm glad he got out of that situation because he wasn't happy where he was. All right, let me go to Rock Out, then we'll go back to Avi, see what other question Avi has for the day. Rock Out, what's up, my man? Mars Man, Rock Out.
Yeah, I'm in a slow draft. Can I give you my team?
Yeah, go ahead.
Quarterback, Fields. Running back, Barkley, Walker. Wide receiver, Olave, Watson, Pickens. Tight end, Laporta. Flex, Hall, Kamara, Charbonnet, Kenny Pickett, Tony, Jameson Williams, Damian Harris, and Jake Ferguson.
Yeah. I like it. It's a good team. Nice work. Nice work, bro.
Oh, one more question. Like a 10-man, if you took like Kelsey and you had the option of maybe like a Pollard or a St. Brown or Wilson, which way would you go with that?
Kelsey and wait, say it one more time. The question you have?
Say if you pick like Kelsey at like 5 or 6, like a 10-man, and you have the option of like Pollard or like St. Brown or maybe.
I mean, St. Brown or Pollard. I love both of them. I draft St. Brown or Garrett Wilson over Pollard, so I'm just going best player available there. And then I love Gibbs. I love Gibbs. In that third round, especially if you were to get like Kelsey, let's say Olave and Gibbs. That's very, very fire. Garrett Wilson would be better. That would be amazing.
All right, that's it for right now.
All right. Go ahead, Avi. Next question, Avi.
No, I'm just how are we feeling about Gibbs for week 1? We think he's going to explode? He's my RB1. Sometimes rookies start out a little slow, but hopefully he's ready to go.
Yeah, I think Gibbs has just so much upside. And the fact that they just want to use this guy in such an amazing way all over the field. And the fact that this report came out, which we talked about earlier in the show here. Let me see if I can pull it up again. But, we've heard stuff like this the entire offseason. We've heard this from beat writers at practice. The fact that, they're going to use him in ways that people don't think we might. All these different reports. And the fact that he's been lining up in the slot. And like I said earlier in my rant, the wide receiver running back, not the running back wide receiver, the inverse of Deebo Samuel is potentially going to change the game. And Bijan Robinson, I don't know if anybody has literally, I don't know if anybody's literally watched every highlight reel of Bijan, but they're all receptions. Like Bijan's just catching footballs left and right. And Gibbs is the same way. I think people are going to be shocked how close Bijan is to Gibbs in being a receiver. Because everyone's thinking, Gibbs is the more PPR guy. Bijan's going to be a guy between the tackles. I think he will. I think Bijan will be more between the tackles than Gibbs. But I wouldn't put it past Bijan Robinson to literally be neck and neck with Gibbs in like receptions for a big part of the year. I think Gibbs probably gets into his own, gets more and more utilized as the season goes on. But to answer your question, there's no way in hell I'm worried about Gibbs. Could he get a slow unveiling? I mean, it's certainly possible. Rookies are sometimes tough to predict in weeks 1, 2, 3. But I mean, bro, Gibbs to me,
I'm not going to overreact if he has a bad game.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, every single week 1, we exit week 1 every single time.
Yep.
Knee-jerk reacting Neds out there. Just St. Brown caught 40 yards, no touchdowns, 2 receptions. Do I get rid of him? What do I do? Am I worried about it? Laporta caught 5 passes. What are we going to do? Gibbs went off, let's say, and Laporta went off, and St. Brown didn't have anything. People will freak out and will be able to fire sale by St. Brown. Ridley has 45 yards and no touchdowns. 100% panic all over the place. Everybody will run from him, especially a guy like Walker. If Walker goes out there and has a mediocre week 1 because of all the kind of concern anyway about Charbonnet, he'll be cheaper than Akers in week 1. Like, we're buy low, sell high week 1, coming off of week 1, coming off of week 2, coming off of week 3. Sometimes it's like 4, 5, 6 weeks deep. But usually in week 1, 2 are the best. Week 1, 2, and 3 are the best times to find a guy that hasn't been popping off. And hold on, guys, hang tight on the phone line. I got to get to these super chats. I mean, my super chatters have been waiting. I'm so sorry. Somebody said they dropped a $20 hauler. Hob G dropped his $20 hauler. We got Professor Stroke dropping his $20 hauler. Let me get all these over here. Hang tight, everybody. Can you mute if you're on the phone line? I appreciate it. Let me get through these real quick. We had somebody saying, was it Fane? Fane dropped a 20. And I didn't get to it yet. Fane, I'm coming for you, bro. I'm so sorry. Fane, Hoggies, Anthony, I got yours on screen. Benny, I think I got yours on screen, but I got it on screen. Let me go ahead and move that there. Okay, Luke, I think I got Luke's. Did I get Luke's? I don't know if I have Luke's. I'm going to put Luke's right here. Thank you, Luke. Gene, I appreciate you. Gene's super chat right here. God, these are piling up. I might have to close the phone line down, guys, because I'm literally not able to get to these if I don't hammer it out. So I can't give anybody more than like 10 seconds. I got to get to these super chats. I'm going to be here all night if I get backlogged on these, and I don't want anybody waiting. You know, people drop these. We got Cody dropping a $20 hauler. Professor Stroke, appreciate the $5 hauler. Let me see if I can get all these on screen here. This is Randy's. Randy, thank you. Bill, appreciate you, Bill, with a $10. Let me go around the phone line real quick. Ethan, final thoughts, and then I got to get to these super chats.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Smitty. Just hoping I get Gibbs late, but I don't know if I'll be able to do it. So,
all right,
thanks.
Ethan. Appreciate you, Ethan. Jeremy, final thoughts. Thoughts, period. I don't know if you've talked yet.
Yo, hey, so yeah, just a quick question on this Gibbs topic. So the 4 staff that drafted Cup early also has Gibbs, and I want to kind of attack that. So the players on his team that I would consider, he has Fields, of course Gibbs. I'm sorry, I got the YouTube playing in the background. It's throwing me off. I just closed that. So he has Fields, Gibbs, Cup, and Wilson on my team, who I would consider trading are so I have Burrow, McCaffrey, AJ Jones, Olave,
AJ Jones.
Rick London.
Yeah, bro, it's going to be hard to break this down in enough. I got to jump off, like I said, 10 seconds, bro. I can't. There's hard to break down, but I would say definitely try and poke after Gibbs. If you're able to drop it in the chat message, I'll try and get to it, but I can't really break down that entire team right now, bro. That'd take me forever to do that.
Hey, no sweat, bro. No sweat.
Hey, drop it in the chat. Drop your team in a message in the chat, okay? And I'll look for it. What's your YouTube? What's your YouTube name, Jeremy?
Jeremy Azar.
Okay, I'll look for it. Okay, just drop it in there. All right.
Appreciate it, bro.
Yeah. Avi, final thoughts.
Maybe Justin Fields to the moon later.
Absolutely, Avi. I'm sorry I yelled at you, Avi. It's just sometimes. Oh, he hung up. Sometimes you gotta just come in positive once in a while. I don't. Anybody out there that thinks I care about the arguing? It's not that. It's just when your MO is to come in to push back constantly. And that's the only thing you're like, and I'm not saying Avi doesn't say positive things too, but it's like, just come in and say positive things once in a while. That's all I ask, because it gets tiresome to literally be in the middle of my rant, and every time I just see Avi dialing in. He just wants to come in while I'm in the middle of it, and he'll dial and dial and dial and dial, and you guys don't see that. He'll dial and dial and dial and dial, and I'll finally answer and be like, "What, Avi?" and then listen to his complaint. Avi, that's all I'm saying. Change it up. Throw a change up once in a while. That's all I'm saying. And I can't answer any more calls. The calls are going through the roof. I'm sorry. This is the final 2 callers. Ron Navy, you're up. What's up, my guy? How are you doing, by the way?
Hey, 5 days.
5 days.
5 days till the season opens.
5 days until your Steelers try and hold the Niners to what, like 14 points, 17 points? What are you going to do? What's the score going to be, Ron?
I think it's going to be 24-13.
24-13. Okay. Pickens, let's call Pickens. It's a tough week 1 matchup for Pickens, and this is the overreacting Oscars. We could maybe buy Pickens cheap, but I still think he finds a way in the end zone. I still think he gets like 45 and a score, even in a tough matchup. So Pickens might shine a little bit, too much to be bought low. But we'll see. I don't think Najee has a lot of room to run, I'll be honest, but I think this is going to be a fun game to watch. It'll be one to watch for sure. A lot of defense, low scoring probably.
You know, one quick thing is the guy that talked about Aaron Rodgers bringing Cobb there. That was a really smart thing because Cobb brings that veteran mentality to that young receiver crew, and he can let them know what Aaron likes, what he doesn't like. And so it's not that he's going to get used a whole bunch, but it's smart to have him on the team to bring that veteran because he knows Aaron Rodgers inside out. So,
yeah.
Anyways, I'll let you go.
All right, Ron, appreciate you. Good
Later,
luck.
chat.
Good luck. Prayers up for Miss Navy, and keep us posted when you have new information on that.
All right, later.
All right, later on. All right, rock out. Final thoughts. Hurry up. I got to go, pal. I'm so sorry. I don't mean to rush you off. You're a Mars man.
Yeah, starting out, how you think they're going to use Swift and whoever's behind him?
No
Like
idea.
in the gunnery situation?
No idea, man. I'm excited to see. I just hope that Swift gets like 4 or 5 receptions. If he gets that, I'll be plenty happy. I don't really care so much about the rushing. I hope he gets some bonus rushing. I hope he gets 20, 30, 40 yards. I really, really am excited about the way they use Swift. But I definitely Red, call in real quick, Red. I see your super chat. Call in real quick, Red. I can only go really, really quick. All right. Yeah. All right. Hey, rock out. Call in tomorrow. I'm sorry. I'm so slammed with these. I'll be here all night if I don't take care of these now. All right, rock out. Appreciate you.
All
right. Phone line's closed unless it's red. So don't bother even dialing because your boy ain't going to answer. This is from Anthony, $5 hauler, 12-team PPR Fields, CMC, J.K. Dobbins, A.J. Brown, Ridley, Mark Andrews, Ayuk, Addison, Zay, Charbonnet, Dobbs, Penny. Sorry for that area code that started with a 4. I know you want to get in here, but I have too many super chats. If I get through these, I'll open up the phone lines again for you. But I got to get through these. CMC, I mean, J.K. Dobbins, I'm trading, bro. Addison, Ayuk, Penny. Those are all guys that I'm moving. I don't hate that you drafted CMC. Just because I say CMC is a high risk doesn't mean, so don't worry so much about that. You got him at a decent price, I'm just not taking him over Bijan or Kelsey or the 2 top wide receivers. But once he gets to that point, even I would take him there. But there's some risk. A.J. Brown, Ridley. I'm trading J.K. Dobbins and I'm trading Ayuk. J.K. Dobbins and Addison. J.K. Dobbins and I don't know, Penny. And I'm just trying to get out of the closest thing to J.K.'s value that I like. Just look at an ADP ranking. If I'm looking at that right now, J.K. Dobbins, I don't think you're going to have to give up a little more than maybe Dobbs. You might have to wait, too, until the season so that if let's say, Dobbs has a great week and people start thinking he's the real deal. J.K. Dobbins is ADP, and Dobbs is hurt, by the way, but he's got a 64. Pierce is right above him. Wouldn't be that hard to get Pierce. Javante's below him. Kamara's below him. How about Kamara? Go after Kamara. Red, I don't have much time. I appreciate your super chat, by the way. I do have to roll through this very quickly, so if you could give me your team very, very fast, I appreciate you. You're live.
It's Jalen Hurts, Bijan Robinson, Javonte Williams.
Hurts, yep.
A.J. Brown.
A.J., do it live.
DJ Moore.
Okay.
Mark Andrews.
Nice.
Christian Watson. Mike Williams. Harrison Butler. And I got the Bills defense.
Okay. I like it, bro. It's a good team. You did good. You did real good. I like Javonte. I love the wide receivers, DJ Moore. That's a really good squad. And Andrews is a total game changer, in terms of the balance you got for the advantage, the positional advantages to still have that team's very, very good. So you did really, really good,
appreciate
bro.
It, bro.
Yeah, nice job. I'm sorry to cut you short on it. You got another
good,
question?
Brother, you good, man. That's you.
All right, man.
That's you. Wouldn't have the team at all, brother.
Yeah. Hey, you did good, man. You did great. All right, call in if I open the phone line again, pal. I appreciate you. Later.
I will, brother.
Okay, Hob G with a $20 hauler. I'm so sorry I made Hob G wait on this $20 hauler. And Fane, let me find Fane's $20 hauler. Fane, where you at? Fane and Hob G, if you guys want to call in, you've more than deserving of it with the $20 haulers. I'm so sorry I made Fane wait too. Fane, where's your super chat? I'm trying to find Fane's super chat. Let me put it on screen here. Fane and Hob G. Let me do a combined. Oh, Fane says, was it Fane or was it not Fane? Maybe it wasn't Fane that had the $20 hauler. Oh, he just said there's a $20 hauler. It was Hob G. Hob G with the $20 hauler.
Alert. Super chat alert.
This one is from Hob G. He says, it's draft season. I have 5 drafts left. Thank you for everything. This community is dope. Good luck, y'all. And that's all he said, and it took me that long to see it. I'm sorry, Hob G. It's so hard to skim all this, too, when I'm moving it all around. I'm sorry, bro. Hob G, you're still here. What a dude. What a dude. He drops a $20 hauler, doesn't even have a question. Just wants to drop it, be an amazing person. Cody dropped a $20 hauler as well. All right, let me get Cody's out of the way as well. Cody, I'm sorry, bro. Cody's super chat is a $20 hauler. Cody to the moon. Cody.
Alert. Super chat alert. Alert. Super chat alert.
All right, let's get Cody's out of the way right here. Cody says, Superflex, 10-team, 1 QB, 2 running back, 2 wide receiver, 1 tight end, 1 flex, Superflex. Team is Fields, Anthony Richardson, Sam Howell. Running backs are Stevenson, Aaron Jones, Madison, James Cook, D. Monty, Charbonnet. Wide receivers are Hill, D. Hop, Sutton, Dobbs, and Freiermuth. Hill, Hopkins, Sutton. Obviously a little weak Sutton-Dobbs spot, right? So maybe we look at that. That's where maybe this Debo play comes into effect. I really like the Debo move maybe for you. Madison, not feeling Madison. Not loving Aaron Jones, but not hating him. I suppose James Cook is with the value he has in D-Mont. Maybe you can trade Dobbs and like a Madison, Dobbs, and a James Cook and Monty for, go get combinations of Debo Walker, Debo Hall, Debo ETN. Maybe as far as a wide receiver goes, maybe you're going after, instead of Debo, you go after a potential DJ Moore, a Christian Watson to get into that third wide receiver spot. Madison, James Cook, and Aaron Jones, and Sutton and Dobbs. I do think you could somehow, some way construct 2 trades that land you Walker or Hall or ETN, and then Debo or Watson. One of those wide receivers, one of those running backs. I feel like you could make that happen some way, my guy. I just feel like it's possible. I don't know how low my mic was. I'm sorry about that. Let's see here. I'm sorry about the low volume on that one. Could you hear me, bro? Hopefully you could hear me enough. I'm sorry. It looks like the other mic was turned on. Hob G sitting here chilling. Hob G to the moon. Hob G to the moon, bro.
To the moon.
Thank you, my guy. Okay, next super chat here. Guys, once I catch up, I'll be able to hit the super chats as they come in. I'm so sorry. Cody, thank you so much for the super chat. Love the team. Love the team. Your quarterbacks are unreal considering the build of the squad. And I love that you've got at least a solid tight end in Muth. I think Muth could have a good year. All right, this is the Kingslayer $10 hauler. $10 haulers get a moonshot. Appreciate my Kingslayer buddy here dropping his 10 wad. Fourth pick, 12-team PPR. Went CMC, Mahomes, Gibbs, Watson, London, Kyle Pitts, Pickens, Kincaid. Traded Pitts, Pickens, and Kincaid for Kupp because I had wide receiver depth. Traded Pitts, Pickens, and Kincaid. I don't hate that. I love Pickens, and part of me wants to tell you Pickens is better than Kupp on the year just because you don't know what the hell you're dealing with. But with depth, I don't mind you doing this, bro, because you got London, Watson, and who else did you have? Well, I don't know that you have the depth. I don't know. I'd say you had depth to do it. It's an interesting move. Assuming you only have to start 2 wide receivers, you have the depth to do it maybe. Or if you haven't listed your entire wide receiver room, like maybe you got Dotson and guys like that. But I love Watson and London. I love the fact that you got Gibbs, Mahomes, CMC. That's a really good squad. I think you made the right move, Kingslayer. I think that was a good move for you to bet on Kupp coming back. Even if Kupp came back in like week 6. And he may not. He may come back in, week 2 or something, and this is all not a big misunderstanding. Not a big misunderstanding, but it's certainly going to be something where, thank you, Havdi, again. Appreciate you, man. T-Law is an amazing QB mixed with his talent. It's an awesome pickup. Absolutely, Beacons. Absolutely. Let's hear. Hey Zeus, why don't you cool it in the chat too? You've been a consistent negative person in the chat lately too as well. You don't need to do that. You can be a positive part of the community instead of nitpicking at everything as well. I'm just gonna tell you that as a friendly thing. Dad Bod Warriors $20 hauler. Let's go.
Alert. Super chat alert.
Some people don't have to be here. You don't have to be here. If you want to be a negative force in the chat, you want to make fun of people's $20 super chats and say, oh, that was worth your $20. You want to say things like that, you don't have to be here, Jesus. You don't have to be here. Nobody needs that in the chat. You can be a positive force or you can be a negative force. Kingslayer, if I open up the phone lines, I'd love to talk to you about your team. Dad Bod Warriors, $20 hauler. Rate my team, bro. Need feedback. 12-man PPR. Anthony Richardson, ETN, Breece Hall, St. Brown, Garrett Wilson, Hopkins, Kincaid, Benches, Kamara, Swift. Unbelievable team, bro. Unbelievable team. Thank you, Kingslayer. The thanks is all on this side of the table, bro. Appreciate you. Garrett Wilson, Hopkins. This is a good team. This is a really, really good team. And there aren't a lot of players I don't want to trade either. Like, these are the guys I want to hold. So not much I'm going to advise you to do. Wait on Kamara. You got to wait on Swift. Unless you can swap out like Hopkins and Swift together to get like another. I know you already got Garrett Wilson and St. Brown, but guys like that. Olave comes to mind, but at the same time, would I rather have Swift and Hopkins? I guess I'd rather have Olave, but that's the only thing I could be tempted to do if I'm you. I guess upgrade your quarterback. Maybe Richardson to Fields or T. Law using Swift, if it's even possible. I don't know that it is. I don't know that it is, bro. Okay, thank you, Crazy World. You're the man. Stroke dropping the $2. Also, grab JT in the 9th round and put him on IR. Now, that's a phenomenal move. JT in round 9, JT in round 7. Like, honestly, I contemplate him in this 6-7 territory for sure. 12 team, T-Law, Pollard, Ramondre, Hill, Olave, Pitt, Swift, Dotson, Addison, Kincaid. Any moves to make? No, bro. You got quite a squad. And honestly, unless you're upgrading Ramondre into I just value Walker Sharps more. I value ETN more, but Ramondre's right there. Some people like Ramondre more. For some reason, Zeke Elliott concerns me quite a bit. And so I tend to want to lean toward ETN. But ETN's got his risk as well. There's definitely risk in ETN. I don't think it's something that one is much better than the other. I think ETN's gonna have a really good season. And if you have Tank Bigsby, I forget if you did. That's a phenomenal combo. Okay. $5 hauler. Rate my 12-man team, captain. QB, Patrick Mahomes. Wide receiver, Hopkins. Wide receiver 2, Godwin. Wide receiver or running back 1, Chubb. Dalvin Cook, Andrews. Flex is Rashad White, Kamara on the bench. I don't really I'll be honest. I'm trying to figure out where was the reach, because this feels a little light, Gene. I'd say, okay, your number 1 overall pick had to have been Chubb. Your number 2 had to have been Mahomes. Your number 3 had to have been Andrews. Your number 4 pick had to have been, I guess, Hopkins. So I feel like there's a little bit of I think when you go early quarterback on top of getting Andrews, it's tough. It's tough. That's a really, really tough one. So I'd probably say, bro, maybe in the future, don't go early quarterback and Andrews. It makes it really tough to build a team that doesn't look a little light. But once you get Kamara back, you're in business, because then you've got Mahomes, you got Hopkins, you've got Godwin, you got Chubb, you got Kamara, you got Andrews. I don't know that there's much to really move or trade here, unless you can trade Nick Chubb for a Tony Pollard and get some kind of Pacheco or Dotson, player in conjunction with it. Sometimes Pollard's a mid-second round player and Chubb's a first rounder. I would explore that. I would explore Godwin for a Debo and then maybe Rashad White coupled with maybe Godwin for one better wide receiver like Olave, like Ridley. That's probably where I'd go with this team. Appreciate you, my guy, for the super chat. You are the man. $10 hauler from Amazon Joe coming in strong. Appreciate you, Amazon. Raul, $5 hauler. Raul says, just drafted Fields, B. Hall, Javonte, Garrett Wilson, St. Brown, Evan Ingram, Kamara, Dotson, Charbonnet. It's a really, really good squad. Fields and B. Hall, Javonte, Garrett Wilson. Yeah, I like this a lot. Not much to do here, other than if you were to try and maybe go Kenneth Walker shopping to pair with your Charbonnet. But at this point, it's like, what do you trade? Javonte and what? I don't want you getting rid of really anything you have. You need Dotson. You need Kamara. Ingram's solid. So maybe this is one of those teams where you are just a Charbonnet holder. You could go to the Walker owner and see what he'd give you for Charbonnet. Maybe you can trade him Tony and Charbonnet for a better player. Maybe you could trade him Dotson and Charbonnet for a better player than Dotson. Although I love Dotson, maybe you can trade him Charbonnet and Javonte for one slightly better player, so you can give Charbonnet to that Walker owner and get something out of it. Past that, I think I just stand down. This is Benji. Appreciate you, Benji. $5 hauler, 12-team PPR, 2 running back, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. I got Herbert, Bijan, Walker, Diggs, Olave, Chigakonkwo, Mari Cooper, London Swift. Should I try and send Walker and Charbonnet for Gibbs? Yeah, I would rather have Gibbs, but that's close. Look, I have these 4 videos for a reason. These 4 videos are up for a reason. Nothing's really changed in terms of these 4 players, but the order sometimes gets bumped around slightly. Like Fields is my favorite pick 1 minute, and then Gibbs is, and Walker is. Right now, Gibbs is probably my favorite of these, and then I think Fields is probably next. But I still love all four of these. These are all four of my children. So they're the best, 4 picks in fantasy football 2023. So end of day, I would probably take Gibbs. I think it is a smash move. Trade my Keenan Allen for DJ Moore in a millisecond. I want DJ Moore. Bill with a super chat, $10 hauler. Appreciate you, Bill, dropping it like it's hot, my boy Bill. Bill, 10-team super flex start, 3 wide receivers, 2 flex, half PPR, 0.75 for tight ends. So a little bit more premium for tight ends. T-Law, Daniel Jones. Okay, Russell Wilson. I mean, serviceable backup or second QBs in a super flex. T-Law, Jones. Okay, Gibbs, Ramondre, Charbonnet, Warren, Algier, Amon-Ra, Ridley, Debo, London. Very, very good. Waller, thoughts? Not really, bro. I don't think I'd move too much on this team. I'd let this marinate. You got Ridley, Debo, London. None of those guys are gaining you any sort of trade value right now until they go out and drop it. Debo, I mean, you're so loaded at wide receiver. I suppose maybe I try and trade because you got Amon-Ra, Ridley, Debo. You could trade London and maybe London and Ramondre for Pollard. London and Ramondre for, I mean, you could try Bijan. London and Ramondre for Chubb if you believe Chubb's going to have a big year. Anybody in that territory of running back, but Pollard would probably be my target. Ramondre and London for, good God, what running back could you even get besides Pollard? Pollard's a lot higher. I mean, you could go Barkley if you think Barkley's a guy. I'd try Bijan and Pollard. If you think Henry's going to have a big year, you could trade for Henry, but I kind of fear Henry to get injured at some point or slow down or something. He's 29. It's tough. It's tough to know when that's going to drop off is going to happen. But history tells us it was supposed to happen last year. So how do we bank on him this year? Do we just keep giving him, that whole benefit of the doubt that he's going to be the outlier and continue to be? At what point does he drop off? I would say here that we're talking about been here since Draft Calc Nation. Attaboy. What's up, Smitty? Randy, my guy. My favorite call of yours was Kamara when he was the third stringer behind Ingram and AP. Peace, bro. Hey, Randy, appreciate your super chat. Yeah, Kamara was probably one of the biggest predictions on my content side of the platform. The Fantasy Football Show. It was a different name back then. Draft Calc Nation, when we were talking about that. That's a long time ago. I love the reference. And Kamara was one of the biggest bold predictions. He was third string before he was drafted. Called him a top 5 running back, and then before he was drafted into the NFL. And once he was drafted, I said he'd be a top 5 running back, and he was third string on the team. And so, that was definitely one of the bigger lands. I appreciate you, man, for bringing back some old memories there. $5 from Professor Stroke, 10-man PPR team, T-Law, Pollard, Ramondre, Hill, Olave, Pitts, Swift, Dotson, Addison, Kincaid. Did I already read this one? I think I might have. This is a good team. Upgrade Ramondre to Pollard, like I said, with the other guy, using Swift, using Addison. Past that, it's Hill, Olave. You got Pollard. I'm sorry, Pollard, Ramondre for. I don't think there's anything you can do but wait, bro, because you got Olave, you got Hill. I don't really want you trading Hill unless you're getting, let's say, an Olave and a Breece Hall. You know what I mean? So I guess you could shop Hill and see if you can get that type of return. If you can get a Debo and Walker, an Olave and Hall, an Olave and Walker, if you can really sell Tyreek Hill like the top 5 ADP that he has and get 2 players that you love, I'd entertain it. But the thing is, your team is very solid. Unless you're trading Swift and Dotson for 1 player, you already have Pollard. I was saying Ramondre for Pollard, but it was just because I read it. I think you're probably best to just stand down for now. You've got a really good team, and unless you can sell Swift or Dotson high, and Dotson's got good value, but I don't know that I'm trading him. Maybe Fields. Maybe you trade Swift and T-Law for Fields. Maybe you trade Dotson and T-Law for Fields. That would be a good move. Past that, I'm sitting tight, hanging tight. I'm going to roll with that team. Cody with this $20 hauler. I think I did tackle this one. Team is Fields, Anthony Richardson, Sam Howell. I did, and I appreciate you. Cody, are you here? Cody, you saw my response, right, my guy? Appreciate you. Jimmy, appreciate the super chat. Fane, also thoughts on Mark Andrews this year? Yeah, I mean, I while I like him, I think it can make your team look very. As long as you don't go early quarterback with Andrews, it can be a good move in the third round, especially fourth round, but in the third round. But I don't like going early quarterback and Andrews. That would be my one piece of advice. It's a nice advantage. He could have a really good season, but I'm certainly not taking him with the early quarterback. I think if you get a Fields or a Burrow late with Andrews, so 4 and 5, if you can somehow get a quarterback in 5, sometimes you can, sometimes you can't, then I'm not the same one, bro, says Cody. Well, I know, but I'm asking if that Cody's still here. But appreciate you. $200 buy-in, home league, full PPR, draft tomorrow, 1.2 pick, Bijan, Chase, JJ. If I go Chase JJ, trying to get Gibbs in the third round, hopefully. If you have no shares of Bijan Fane, I would go Bijan so that you aren't left like watching this unveiling of this guy dropping monster loads all over the screen. Bijan to the absolute moon. I love Bijan. And if you go Kelsey, I mean, bro, Kelsey, you dominate. Kelsey's the one strategy this year where it's really, really hard. Calling all Codys. That's right, Uncle. Appreciate you, Slayer. Where you been, Slayer? It's the one strategy where in years past it was very hard to deploy it. This year it's like the running backs and wide receivers are so deep. I love the Travis Kelce early strategy, and it needs to be considered at the 1.2, 1.3, 1.4. Really does. So I don't want you to rule out that possibility too. But at the end of the day, I don't mind Bijan there, bro, especially if it's running back hungry. You know what I'm saying? If it's running back hungry league, I would do it. I would take him. Ron Navy in the house. Heal up, Miss Navy. Let's coast to our titles, people. Thank you, Patrick. Appreciate you, my guy. Kilpatrick in the house, my man. $4.99 holler from Gene. Gene, appreciate you. Rate my 12-man team. Mahomes, wide receiver 1, Hopkins, Godwin, Chubb, Cook, Andrews. I think I got to this one, Gene. And it is a really good team. I in certain parts of it, but I didn't love that it was Godwin as the number 2 wide receiver. It was Cook as the number 2 running back. And again, Rashad White's got some trade value. I'm trying my very best to get that Debo, that Hall, that ETN through those combinations I already advised you on, and I appreciate you, my guy. Thank you so much for dropping the super chat. Luke, $5 holler, 14-team 3 wide receiver flex, 0.5 PPR. Allen, Gibbs, Dobbins, Chase, London, Pittman, Kmet, Schultz, Swift. I'm trying to get rid of Dobbins and Pittman and if I look at Dobbins' ADP, and let me plug in so we can look at the ADP together because I think that'll be a good exercise to try and cook up a trade. But if we look at the ADP right here, my main man, Luke, we see a ADP of JK. Let me put this up here. J.K. Dobbins, let me expand his card so that you can see what I'm talking about. J.K. Dobbins has an ADP of 64 overall. Above J.K.'s Pierce, above J.K.'s Walker, above J.K.'s Hall, above J.K.'s Najee. So it shouldn't be that tough of a thing to potentially go get. You don't have Najee here, right? You could maybe trade Dobbins and Pittman, Dobbins and somebody to get Dobbins and Swift to get Najee, Dobbins and London, which might be an overpay. You might want to go for a little higher player if you go Dobbins and London. I mean, I'd shoot as high as Pollard. I'd shoot as high as, ETN or Gibbs. Oh, you got Gibbs. I'd shoot as high as Pollard with the London and Dobbins. But if you go lower, Dobbins is just below Walker, just below Pierce, and below him is Javonte and Kamara. I'd trade Dobbins for Kamara straight up. And I don't see Kamara on your team. That would be a good move. I like Kamara a lot. I think Kamara is fantastic, bro. Amazon Joe dropping a $10 wad, $10 hollers.
To the moon.
Get moonshots, my boy. Amazon coming in with a 16-teamer. That's a tough league. 16-teamer. Burrow, Pollard, JT. That's brutal on a 16-teamer. Garrett Wilson, Christian Watson. Your team's fired. Drake London. How did you draft this in let alone a 16-team league? If I could trade away JT, I doubt you can in a 16-teamer because people can't afford to wait on him. You're probably stuck. But if I could trade him for those names we've called out earlier, from the Debos to the Camaras, I'd take Camara over JT in a heartbeat. That might be a good one because he's out 3 weeks. JT's maybe out, 4, maybe more. It's kind of an interesting swap. But you could bank on it. Your team's so good that if JT comes back, you win. Plain and simple. Like if JT comes back to form Amazon Joe, you win. So probably just hanging tight. And Jaylen Warren, go to that Najee owner, dangle him over like a carrot, and see if you can upgrade Higbee a little bit, or upgrade potentially. I don't know what you could upgrade. Your team's good, bro. Your team's really good. Upgrade London a little bit, or Watson, and both those guys are like players I do not want to trade. So they'd have to really upgrade you, if you know what I'm saying, bro. Terry Roberts, Smitty, you're working harder for us tonight. Thank you. Appreciate you, Terry Roberts, being in here. Thanks for moderating and being a monster, bro. Brofist Brad dropping the $9.99 holler. Boom. I think did I get to this one? 10-man, half PPR, 3 wide receiver, 2 flex. Trade White and Adams for ETN and Debo. Rashad White and Adams for ETN and Debo, I would take in a millisecond, bro. I would take that and I would run. Absolutely run, bro. That is probably the easiest trade of the day. Got him moment. Adams, yeah. Adams, I'm trying to get rid of Adams. Etienne and Debo.
Got him.
Unbelievable, bro, Fist Brad. Thank you for the $10
To the moon.
holler, my guy. Appreciate you. This one's from Marco. Marco dropped a $10. Just drafted today. What do you think, Smitty? Herbert, McCaffrey, Aaron Jones, St. Brown, Olave, Kittle, Ridley, Dotson, Swift, Singletary. You smashed it, my man. Smashed it. And the only thing I'd look to, maybe coming into week 1 and 2, if he has a good week 1, is just shop Aaron Jones a little bit. Just shop him a little bit. If Kittle has a good week, shop him. I'm just a little worried about Kittle and Aaron Jones maintaining all year, but I think they both could. I don't know if Kittle will have a good week 1 actually, but Aaron Jones could have a good week 1, and I don't know about him maintaining all year long. If Kittle pops off, let's say in the first 4 weeks, maybe you look to trade him, because I just don't have a great feeling about both those guys maintaining all year long. And I just think that, you get into an ETN, you get into a Walker, you get into a Breece Hall, get into one of those bad boys with that Aaron Jones shares right there. And just get a little security there. I don't see A.J. Dillon anyway. You could go cross position, my guy, and potentially do something as well. But really love the team. Herbert's a good quarterback. McCaffrey, Aaron Jones is not somebody you panic on. It's just somebody I don't think goes the distance at the level of play he'll start out at. Meaning he'll start out good. Meaning week 1 you'll be happy. So very, very good team. Be patient with it. Buy low, sell high. Using those players would be my objective for you. Because of the things I just said. Michael Vaughn, appreciate you. Grade my team. I think I did this one already. This was Walker, Cam. Maybe I didn't. 12-team double flex. Trevor Lawrence, Walker, Cam, Ridley, DJ Moore, AJ Brown, Kelsey, and B-Rob, bench, Flowers, Call. I like the team a lot, bro. Cam Akers, I'm trading away. Cam and potentially... There's not much to use. Cam Akers is ADP on screen here. If I find Cam Akers, he's going at running back 23. So above him, Damian Pierce is a little out of reach. Walker's a little out of reach. You'd have to give up something. And I don't know that you want to give up one of the lineup pieces. Flowers probably won't get it done, at least in pre-week 1, maybe later. Javonte, Kamara. Maybe it's Kamara. Maybe you trade Cam Akers for Kamara. Maybe you have to give up a Flowers or something, but Kamara would be gold for you. Debo would be gold for you. Running back or total ADP for Cam is 73 overall. So if we go to wide receivers, 73 overall is about that's where Zay Flowers is. So we could probably go up to JSN, Dotson, Pickens, and I don't think we can go as high as like London or Hopkins or anything like that using Akers and guys like that. What was his? It was Akers and Cam Akers and what? Flowers. Cam Akers and Flowers for maybe a London, maybe a Christian Watson if you catch somebody sleeping. Cam Akers for Pickens straight up could be very interesting. And if I said somebody you own, I'm sorry. I'm just spitballing off of the ADP. But Michael, appreciate your super chat, my main man. My main man, Michael. Freddie dropping a super chat here. Smash the like button, boys. Freddie, appreciate you just dropping a $2 wad to support the channel. I can't tell you how much that makes me feel good, man. Kill Jolts, appreciate you. 12-man, half PPR field. CMC, Gibbs, Olave, London, Ingram, Walker. Smashed it, bro. Dotson, Charbonnet. There's nothing to move here. Solid. London or Dotson week 1. Dotson plays the Cardinals. That's probably a pretty easy call for me, but I think Cardinals are going to get crushed by him. And with the turf toe to McLaurin, he's going to have a field day. $10 hauler from my boy Jeremy. Jeremy, appreciate you dropping this $10 hauler. I think this was Jeremy from the phone line, and he was going to give me an update on his team, I think. Making trade. Gibbs from Cup owner. Was this Jeremy, the Jeremy that was calling in? Jeremy, is this you? AB, appreciate your super chat. I'll throw that on the screen here and get to it next. Wendigo, I see Wendigo's super chat. Let me get Wendigo's on here. Wendigo, appreciate you. I know that you've been waiting patiently. I'm so sorry, bro. And this one's from Wizard. Wizard dropping a $20 hauler. I'm coming for you, bro, with the $20 rain machine, manual rain machine. Sick Nasty with a $1.99 super chat. Thank you, Sick Nasty. Let me put that right there. And let me go up and get Wendigo's message. Where is it? Thank you, Michael. Appreciate you. Freddie, thank you. AB, thank you. Wendigo, I think. Oh, I grabbed Wendigo's already. My system's acting crazy. Hold on a second, guys. Let me pull these super chats on screen here, because they're giving me fits here. Got a little bit of a glitch. AB, did I get AB super chat? I'll put AB super chat right there. Sure, Adversity, thank you for your super chat. I think I didn't get yours. I got Jeremy's super chat here, and then I think I'm caught up. I got Kingslayer and everybody else is on screen, and then I got Corey's $10 hauler right here. Okay, so Jeremy says, making a trade for Gibbs from Cup owner. 10-team PPR. Consider from their team Fields, Gibbs, Wilson, me, Burrow, CMC, Aaron Jones, St. Brown, Olave, London, Burks, Gabe Davis, Bench, Kamara, B. Hall, and Sanders. Okay, so they've got, their team is Fields, Gibbs, Wilson. Making trade for Gibbs from Cup owner. Their team, Fields, Gibbs. So they've got Cup. You're thinking they're worried, right? So you're trying to give them a player. So I'm trying to trade Aaron Jones, and London's a little costly. I would trade London. I would trade Aaron Jones, Burks, and Sanders. And at least it gives them, and it sucks that you're not giving them a bigger name wide receiver. How about Sanders and London? Sanders and London for Gibbs. That's probably what I'd do, bro. And if you can't do that, I'd try and just say, look, I mean, I'm not giving you a big name wide receiver in Burks, but I'll give you Sanders and Aaron Jones and Burks, and you could turn maybe Sanders into a wide receiver. But I would try and I'd even give him Burks or Gabe Davis. Gabe Davis, Burks, whatever he wants, with Sanders and London for Gibbs. And if you can't do the RBs, that's a really, really good idea that he's starving at wide receiver, and that will work. Trade Gibbs, their team, okay. Yeah, thank you for the super chats, Jeremy. Jeremy, you can call in real quick, Jeremy, and I can work through it with you if you want over the phone real quick. Jeremy, dial into the phone, and we'll work it out real quick. Corey with a $10 hauler. Corey, appreciate you.
To the moon.
Corey to the moon. Absolute moon shot there. Love the stream. Can you let me know how I did? 12-team, full PPR. Herbert, Saquon, Diggs, Gibbs, Lockett, Rashad White, Dotson, Mims. Very, very good team. Saquon, Diggs, Gibbs. I like it. I mean, Lockett, I'm trying to trade maybe Lockett, Rashad White for a Debo, Lockett, Rashad White for a Hall, a Walker, a potential quarterback upgrade, Lockett and Herbert for Fields. I know you might like Herbert. If you do, you can keep him, but I would definitely throw Lockett in. I'd throw Rashad White or Lockett in with Herbert to get Fields, and I certainly trade Lockett and White together to get one big, better player. And other players can include, I know I'm throwing some of the same names out, but those are my buy lows right now. Lockett and Rashad White could even potentially buy a Ridley. That could be pretty good. Hey, Jeremy, real quickly, if you can mute real quick and hang tight, I'll get to you right after I get some of these cleared, and then I'll have you right on the line ready to go. Trade my Keenan Allen for DJ Moore, and I feel it's in a millisecond. I think I did get to that one. I'd take that in a millisecond. Opinion on Darren Waller finishing tight end 3. Possible. He's got to stay healthy. That's his biggest knock, but he will be the leading pass catcher in that Giants offense in 2023, so I love Waller. Whoops. Just got rid of that one. Sick Nasty, what pick value does Khalil Herbert have? His ADP on Underdog right now in a 2023 format has him at 92, which puts him above Dalvin Cook, above Zach Charbonnet, Jalen Warren, Tank Bigsby, but below Pacheco. So Pacheco's like 2 overall draft slots below him. That's who I'm targeting if I'm going to try and go get a slightly better RB. And if we're talking about, so that's Pacheco, so about 92, Khalil Herbert 92. If we go over to the wide receivers, 92 overall, that puts him at like Sky Moore, Kadarius Toney, Romeo Dobbs territory, which is not as good as a draft territory in terms of, I think the Pacheco is a much better value. I would go after Pacheco. If you're going after a wide receiver, though, you might have to give up a touch more or just get very lucky and try and land yourself a, let's call it JSN at 60, 70 overall ADP. So 70 overall ADP comparative to a Khalil Herbert. What do we say? Khalil Herbert was, it was 80, what's it, 89? Khalil Herbert, 92. So you're talking about a 20 overall draft slot difference to get JSN. But this ADP doesn't necessarily account for his injury as much as I think it really does in real life on the clock. So I don't think you'd have to give up a ton more, but JSN would be the perfect Khalil Herbert target if you want to go across position. Thank you, Sick Nasty. Wizard dropping a $20 watt.
Alert. Super chat alert.
$20 super chat. $20 super chat.
Okay, what's up, Smitty? 12-man PPR. Have wide receiver or Jefferson. I think you're trying to say these are your wide receivers. Jefferson, Garrett Wilson, Ridley, love it. Dotson, love it. JSN, love it. Running backs, Javonte Williams, Kamara, Pacheco, QB, Fields, Goff. This is a super flex or no? Let's see here. Fields and Goff, and tight end is Everett. How should I attack getting another strong running back? I think it's just a one quarterback. Obviously by way of your receivers, but you got crafty RBs like Pacheco, Kamara, Javonte Williams. Very good RBs in a sense. I would make sure McKinnon is grabbed immediately if he's out there because you got Pacheco. Would I trade a wide receiver like Ridley for Walker and Charbonnet? Yes. In your scenario, I would, because you got Dotson, and I feel very, very good about that. You'd have to get maybe a touch more because their ADPs are not close. Would I trade Ridley for ETN and a touch more? Yes, that might be the safer way to go, and that gets you an RB. And if you aren't going that route and you just want to, let's say, use Dotson and Pacheco. Dotson and Pacheco should be able to get you a Walker. Should be able to get you a Dameon Pierce maybe. And that's not too bad. Dameon Pierce will be pretty steady, but I'd rather have Walker, Hall, or go after an ETN. ETN would be my favorite choice for your team. And your team's very good. You don't need to do anything. If you go get McKinnon, to be honest, bro, you might want to just hold off until week one's over. Throw McKinnon and Pacheco, combo out there each week. Start off with Pacheco, I suppose, or it depends on the status of Pacheco. If he's going to be limited, which we'll find out, obviously Wednesday or Thursday morning or Thursday evening, you'll go McKinnon. McKinnon and Javonte, and that's not bad, bro. That's not bad. It's actually like crafty with the receivers you got. I'm assuming you start at least 3, maybe 4 of those guys. If you start 4 of them, you're even better off. But Everett, you need to get a better tight end. Look for Juwan Johnson on waivers. Look for, obviously, Kincaid, Laporta, those guys. Even Luke Musgrave, I'd start over Everett. And then this $10 hauler from Wendigo.
To the moon.
Wendigo, appreciate your super chat, my guy. Wendigo, every TD is 8 points. Hurts, Jefferson, St. Brown, Walker, Brees Hall, Komet, Watson, Brian Robinson, Gibson, Charbonnet. Really, really, really good squad. Jonathan Taylor. The fact that you have Jonathan Taylor with that crew is pretty awesome, bro. Pretty awesome. I will wait on Taylor. Would I try and get any of those names we talked about earlier, like the Debos and the ETNs and the Halls, the Walkers, the even like a JT for Ramondre, obviously Gibbs if you have to give up more in a cross position. We were saying Ridley, Debo, Christian Watson type players. Those would all be very good. You got Walker already, Brees Hall already, so you can't go for those. Christian Watson already. You got everybody. I just say you wait on JT. This is going to be a stand down team. You got Jefferson, St. Brown, Walker, Hall, Christian Watson. I do love buying Debo right now, bro, and I think he's double-digit touchdowns this year. So maybe that's what you do using JT. I think you can afford to do that, and you'd be fine at RB anyway. You got Charbonnet. I would go get Debo if you can. AB, appreciate your super chat. Also, could Ayuk prove to be a better pick than Debo this year? It's possible. He's a really good route runner, and if Debo got banged up, he'd be very, very good. But do I think he's probably going to be the number one? I think it'll be Debo, but is there a world where Ayuk could be? Sure. Ayuk could have 1,100 yards and 7 or 8 touchdowns pretty easily, and if Debo has, let's say, less yards, 900, but has 200 or 300 rushing, and he has a total of 14 touchdowns, I think he still outscores Ayuk. But Ayuk could have potentially the better receiving numbers, but not have as many touchdowns and not have the rushing yards to account for what would make more yardage total or equal. The rushing is just a huge added bonus for Debo. Cooper owner has Gibbs, says Wizard. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Wizard, I think I got you right. 12-man, let me see. I have a wide receiver, Jefferson, Wilson, Dotson, JSN, Javonte, Kamara. Okay. Cooper Cup owner has Gibbs. So maybe you're going Pacheco and Dotson or Kamara. I mean, I'd even go Javonte and Dotson for Gibbs. Yeah, I'd go Kamara and Dotson or Javonte and Dotson for Gibbs. Thank you, my guy. Appreciate you. And then the final super chat, I think, to get completely caught up and then go straight over to Jeremy, is this $10 hauler from AB. Appreciate you, AB. Ninja. Smitty, very happy with this team. 12-man PPR, QB Burrow, Pickett, running back Bijan, Brees, Dobbins, JT, McKinnon. I like you. You could wait on those RBs. I do try and trade Dobbins. Charbonnet, nice job, bro. Charbonnet, I like it. You could try and trade Dobbins and, let's say, a wide receiver for Walker to pair with Charbonnet. Sun God, Ridley, Deontay. Give me Deontay and JK for Walker all day. Give me Deontay and JK for ETN all day. Give me Deontay and JK for Debo all day. Addison, Dotson, Kincaid. Very good squad. That's how I'd add to that team. ETN, another one. Let me see if there's any other. DJ Moore, potentially. That could be Ridley. All those guys would be very, very intriguing for that combo player that you could throw that person's direction. All right, now we're cleared out. Jeremy, what can I help you with? You're live on the Fantasy Football Show. What's going on, pal?
Oh, what's up, man?
Just trying to catch up. I mean, it's been amazing. There's a lot to unpack there. So my mind's going 100,000 miles per hour, but I mean, it's fun and it's great. I've got it all cleared, so we're good now. What do you have in store here?
Hey, all good, bro. You're hustling. Yeah, like I said, man, I'm just trying to scheme and get creative here for team off constantly before things officially kick off this week. Let me see here.
What's the scoop here again?
So I have, let's see, Burrow, CMC, Jones, St. Brown, Olave. London, bench is Kamara, Brees, Burks, Davis, Moore, and Sanders. I was initially, I'm targeting Gibbs. This guy has, he's the Cooper Cup owner.
Hang tight real quick. Go a little slower. Not much slower, but just a tad bit. You have Burrow, CMC, Aaron Jones, London, Hall. Who else?
London. Brown. Olave.
AJ Brown?
Yep. Or, I'm sorry. Amon-Ra. St. Brown.
Okay.
And then on the bench.
Okay.
On the bench, I'll have Kamara, Brees, Burks,
Kamara, Brees,
Gabe Davis, and Miles Sanders.
Kamara, Brees. Okay. Oh, I got Hall right here. Okay, Kamara. Okay, so Kamara. So I got Burrow, CMC, AJ, Aaron Jones, London, Hall, Amon-Ra, Olave, Kamara.
Yep.
Okay, hit me with.
And I'll have like Burks and Gabe Davis, right?
Okay.
And Miles Sanders. Those are just.
All right, hit me with his team.
So, the Cooper Cup guy has Gibbs on his team. You gave me some great insight off the super chat on targeting him for like a Miles Sanders and I believe it was Gabe Davis and or Treylon Burks.
Well, I give up Aaron Jones and Miles Sanders for Gibbs too.
Okay. Okay,
Yeah.
I like that also.
Because you're not going to get it with Miles Sanders and Gabe Davis. That ain't going to happen.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll try for that. I mean, with this squad, I guess I'm kind of an open book. If anything else jumps at you for upgrades, I should be going for. I don't have any backup QBs on my bench. I don't think I necessarily have to right now. I was just planning on streaming, but that isn't that is a potential option. Another team that I could potentially target. This guy ended up he had something come up during our draft time, and he ended up having to auto draft. He's already been in the group chat like, oh yeah, fuck, like I had to. I'm sorry, excuse my language.
That's right.
Oh yeah, I had auto draft on. You guys are lucky, but he actually has a pretty stacked team. I honestly just don't think he knows what he has. So he's kind of an old school guy. So like Bijan is on his team. He's got Barkley, Debo, Ridley, Hawkinson, Godwin. So that team is also looking like kind of low hanging fruit. I could go target, but just based off of who I have on my team currently. I don't unless if there's anything that jumps out to you as good options, I'm all ears.
Yeah, part of me wonders if you could you trade could you try and get Kupp and Gibbs? Is there somebody else on the bench you didn't name that I don't have here that you could give Aaron Jones, Miles Sanders, and then another player like a Dotson caliber? I don't think Gabe Davis is enough, but part of me wonders if you could get Gibbs and Kupp for Aaron Jones, Miles Sanders, and somebody slightly below a London. I don't want you giving up a London. Kamara, I don't know if I want you giving up Kamara either, but that would be an interesting potential move because he probably would be like, I feel like I'm filling that Kupp void and that makes me happy. Like if you could potentially, I mean, I don't know. I mean, if London, can you give me the rest of his team? Because maybe we throw London in and you get somebody back. Who's his team?
Yeah. Let me see. So full team is, and sorry, this is going to be repeating, but I'll just read from top down. Burrow, CMC, Jones.
No, his team.
Amon-Ra.
His team.
Sorry, 10 team. Full PPR.
No, his team. Read his team up. I got your team on screen here.
His team. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Let me see. So he has Fields, Mixon, Gibbs, Kupp, Garrett Wilson, Dallas Goedert.
Here it is.
Deontay Johnson.
Okay. I got it.
And then his bench looks weak as hell. I mean, that's the starting lineup. So really, I mean, running back is another position I could attack.
Okay.
But I think AJ.
Here it is.
I'm sorry, Aaron Jones is going to look really appealing.
Here it is. So give him Aaron Jones, London, Miles Sanders for Gibbs, Kupp, Garrett Wilson. I don't know if he's going to do it, but I would honestly, So like you're gonna go from London to Garrett Wilson.
Mhm.
And
Okay.
I mean, maybe you can't even get Cup. Maybe Cup's too much to ask for. But London to Garrett Wilson, and you're going to go from Aaron Jones, Miles Sanders to Gibbs. Like you could maybe throw in something else to go from like Kamara to Cup to help him out, like if that's what he wants to get another RB or something. But that would be because Cup and Kamara, you could make arguments. I'd rather have Kamara. I would trade Cup for Kamara in a millisecond if I was in a position where I had Cup. But part of me wonders if you could pull off something crazy that he would do now that he wouldn't normally do, where you could get Garrett Wilson over, you could get Gibbs over, Red Rover, send Aaron Jones in London and Miles Sanders right over, and that I would try and do that.
Okay. Yeah, I dig it. I mean, this dude got absolutely roasted, obliterated in the group chat about what a fucking idiot. I'm sorry, I keep going there. What an idiot, drafting Cup. He like picked him second. He's like, he's just that type of guy. He's all in his head about it. So I dig it. I'll go for that first. I'll leave Kamara out of it and see if we can swing that. So
yeah. And if you can't, just back off and go Miles Sanders and Aaron Jones.
Yeah, I'll start there. Okay. So anything for like Bijan that you see out of there? This guy that's kind of low on his team because it was auto draft. I don't know.
I mean, Bijan. I go London and Aaron Jones for Bijan. I go London and Miles Sanders, of course, for Bijan. But London and Aaron Jones for Bijan, I would.
Okay.
That's me. All right, bro. Appreciate you.
Awesome, Smitty. I appreciate you, man.
All right, later. Spiffy, you're live. Hang tight though. Let me get these two questions out of the way. We got Stroke dropping his trade Hill and Ramondre for Bijan and Watson. I would take Bijan and Watson if it were me, but it's arguable to a degree. I mean, Hill over Watson by a long stretch and Bijan over Ramondre by a lot. So kind of depends on your value of Watson. I think Watson could be a top 12 wide receiver pretty easily. So that makes sense to me, but maybe not for everybody. 10-team half PPR: Fields, Gibbs, Stevenson, CD, Diggs, Waller. Hey, Jeremy, another idea, bro. He might value Burrow over Fields by quite a lot. So maybe you give him Burrow for Fields, and he thinks he's upgrading at QB as well to make it more even. 10-team half PPR: Fields, Gibbs, Stevenson, CD, Diggs, Waller, Evans, Dotson, Sutton, Monty, Herbert, Gibson, and Charbonnet. 10-team half PPR. I mean, that's a really good team, really good squad. Evans and Monty for one of the big dogs we've been talking about all night long. And ETN would be amazing. Monty and potentially Evans for Ridley. Herbert, Gibson. That's probably where I'd go with that atomic. Ridley, any wide receiver like St. Brown, Ridley. Walker's very appealing to me in some sort of trade using. Let me put that back on screen. Hold on. Where was that? So let's see here. Evans and Monty for Walker and Charbonnet if he had both. Monty for Monty and Herbs, or Monty and Gibson, or Monty and Sutton for Debo, or Evans and Sutton, or Evans and you got Charbonnet there. Perfect. Okay. Yeah, so Walker makes a whole lot of sense for you. Using Monty and Evans. Monty and Evans for Walker would be nice. Monty and Evans and Herbert if need be for ETN or Walker. I would do those trades, honestly. Given you got Charbonnet, it makes sense. Terry, are you still planning on having a 24-hour live stream? I am, Terry. Opening day. I got to do some promos for it this week and push it out there. But it'll be Keep Smitty live for 24 hours. It's going to be a blast. And Cody dropping a super chat. Trade offer: Fields and Aaron Jones and Monty and Tyreek for Burrow, Chase, Waddle, and Woodside. Fields and Aaron Jones and Monty and Tyreek. So Fields and Tyreek. Aaron Jones, Monty. This is so hard to wrap my head around. Fields and Burrow. Let's just take Fields and Burrow out. So it's Chase and Waddle for Aaron Jones, Monty, Tyreek. Give me Chase and Waddle and Burrow. That's a smash.
Got him.
That's a really good trade. Okay, Cody, thank you for your super chat. I think I'm caught up. Professor, thank you. Atomic, appreciate you. Thank you, Terry Roberts, for your super chat. And let's go on over to Spiffy. You're live.
Hey, what's up, Smitty?
What's up?
So I actually had my last draft a few hours ago, and I wanted to know if maybe this one was a bit better than my other one. So I'm gonna shoot down from my draft. So
okay, let me go to let me go to the board real quick. Hold on, Spiffy. All right, hit me with it, bro.
All right, so this 10-team full PPR. I was a pick 6. So I went with Bijan.
Okay, good job, and I'm just afraid you took some crazy turn in this draft. You can't help yourself, Spiffy. You see some weird opportunity and you just go after it. I could smell it from a mile away. I'm hoping you learned your lessons through all the lambasting I've done of your approach. I just hope you didn't say, I took 2 quarterbacks into 1 QB because I want to trade them. Or tell me what happened, Spiffy. Hit me with it. Bijan.
All right, so Bijan, yeah. Garrett Wilson.
Awesome, Spiffy.
And then for third, I went Chris Olave.
Awesome, Spiffy. You're crushing it. So proud of you.
So the 4th round, I went with Jahmyr Gibbs.
Spiffy, I don't like that. I love it.
Oh, damn.
Okay, what's next? Keep going, bro. You're on fire.
Kenneth Walker.
Bro.
Kenneth Walker.
Bro, you're crushing it. Oh, Spiffy, you've learned so much over the last year. Good God, son.
Okay.
10-teamer, but
This
still.
okay. So appreciate it. Yeah. Round 6, I was kind of like, I felt like that was a dead zone, and I kind of like just went with like what I felt was decent there, and I went with Deontay Johnson.
It's all right. You hit home runs across the board, but I don't like that pick at all. I mean, there's so many other players I like, but that's okay. It's one pick, and maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. And then so round 7, I went with Isaiah Pacheco.
Nice.
And 8, I went with Swift.
Nice, bro. You're back on track, Swift. Or Spiff.
Round 9, I went Pickens.
Bro, you're smashing home runs across the board.
Round 10, I went JSN.
Okay, I'm tired of wasting my marker on this home run of a squad you got here. JSN, the only pick I don't like at all is Deontay. The rest I absolutely love, Spiffy. You've crushed it. Let's stop there. I don't want you to go any further in case you disappoint me. You absolutely crushed your draft. Congratulations on having a winning team that you're taking straight to the bank, pal. You did it, Spiffy. You did. Let's give Spiffy a round of applause. Thank God.
Appreciate it, guys. Appreciate it.
Spiffy, I'm going to sleep like a baby tonight. You know, it's like the last couple years, I've trained you, and then I unleash you to your draft, and then you come out with this, Smitty, I did a U-turn, and I took Kelsey and Pitts. Like, what are you doing, Spiffy? What are you doing? I could trade him. I could trade Pitts. No, you didn't. You couldn't. Thank God, Spiffy. You kept the course. You did good. Way to go, bro.
I appreciate it, Smitty. Thanks to you, man. I've learned a lot from you.
Who's your quarterback?
Yeah, so that's like kind of like the difficult part.
I wanted to know. What'd you do? Tell me you didn't leave like a Aaron Rodgers on the board.
No. Okay, so round 11. I don't know. Like I mean, I like the pick.
Why'd you wait so long?
I don't know how I feel about it because I was aiming for Fields, but he got picked in the earlier rounds. I went with Anthony Richardson.
Okay, that's not the worst. Thank God you did something at least creative. Well, who's your backup? Tell me you got Jordan Love or.
No, okay, so I was gonna go for Jordan Love, but he ended up being left out on the waivers. So right now, Richardson's my only QB as of now.
Okay, I would get Jordan Love. I would drop your last pick or whatever the hell. But bro, I mean, Anthony Richardson is not that bad considering. But like, do you know what you did wrong here? Like, you smashed your league. You're probably gonna win it, even though you're probably gonna win it. But bro, you should have in the 6th round grabbed a quarterback. Like, part of me wonders who was there in the 6th round. Like, who was there in the 6th round, bro?
Yeah. So, man, that was my regret, honestly.
Yeah, it should be.
Even I think around round 9, I was like, man, that pick's gonna haunt me.
Well, who did you pass on for Deontay Johnson? Like, that's where you did shit the bed in one spot. You did. It was pretty hard, but you crushed the entire rest of your draft. But who would you pass on? What QBs were there, Spiff?
So Justin Herbert
Over
and Deshaun Watson.
Okay, Watson I don't care about, but man, if you put Herbs in here, like everyone would quit. Everybody would have quit. They would have said, let's redraft. Everybody pay Spiffy half now, and then we can just redraft and have a good season. But you still probably will win the league. But, Anthony Richardson is – go get Jordan Love. Go get him right now, bro. Go get him right now.
Here's the thing. Like, my bench, like, I don't know who to drop because it kind of has some handcuffs. So, like, for example, around 12, I got Charbonnet, which is my handcuff for Walker. And then after that, I got my tight end, which is my other weak spot. I mean, I don't know. I mean,
well,
it depends on
I
how
can't
you look
solve
at
all
it.
of
I
your
got
problems,
King Tab.
Spiffy, but you need to go get Jordan Love. Don't drop anybody
I
crazy.
got Kincaid.
Okay, well, I mean, Jordan Love's important for you because you punted the quarterback position. So Kincaid's nice, but like, you need a quarterback. You need Jordan Love. You need to do it now.
Do you think I should, like, these are my benches. I just want to know who do you think I would drop. I have on my bench, I have McKinnon, Charbonnet, JSN, Pickens.
Don't say JSN.
Swift,
Don't say
Pacheco.
Don't say Pacheco and JSN in the same sentences. Drop. I mean, say them again. Don't include the ballers, bro. Give me the worst guys, the worst 3 or 4 guys.
All right.
JSN,
McKinnon, Charbonnet, Swift.
You put Swift
Pacheco.
in. Don't put Pacheco in here. You're dropping Kincaid, unfortunately.
Deontay.
Your 6th rounder.
I'm just saying. You don't like it, so I'm like,
Spiffy, listen to yourself, bro.
So
do I drop my
so this
6th
is probably
rounder?
going to be McKinnon, Charbonnet.
Who's your starting tight end? Is it Kincaid?
Yeah.
Okay. It's a little. I mean, like, I like Kincaid, but you got to remember there could be patience needed for Kincaid in week 1. But, bro, I don't know who you drop. I guess. Those are your worst players?
Oh, right.
What is this? Are you sure this is a 10-man league?
Yeah, man. Look, my bench as of now, I'm going to have studs in my bench, but I'm just going to run them down. Deontay Johnson, Isaiah Pacheco, DeAndre Swift, George Pickens, JSN, Charbonnet, and McKinnon.
Okay, you might have to drop. God, I hate to say this. I never thought I'd say this in my life. But you must have to drop Charbonnet. I hate saying that, but your league is so deep though that like the waiver pool is so plentiful that you just have to make sure you pick them right back up if there's a scent of anything. I mean, quite honestly, I'd be tempted to drop Deontay over Charbonnet, and you took him. Can you imagine if you drop your 6th round pick for a quarterback when you could have just taken Herbert? I think you gotta drop. It's either Deontay bye-bye, says Peanut Butter Cups. You kind of got to drop Charbonnet or McKinnon. McKinnon or Charbonnet. I guess drop McKinnon because he's older. I guess because he's older.
You know what we could probably go by? I mean,
put Deontay on IR just for being Deontay.
You can probably go based on roster percentage.
Well, I'd go off of my own feel, not off somebody else.
Yeah. I just say that because of the least likely of who's going to get picked up.
I don't know. I mean, look, a lot of people are saying drop Deontay. Bro, why'd you do that, Spiffy? This is like you taking a test and getting 100% on it and you forgot to fill in a bubble and you got 90. You got 9 out of 10 and you would have had 100. Let's let the chat decide. Does he drop Deontay Johnson, McKinnon, or Charbonnet? What are we doing here?
I'm probably not gonna, bro. Deontay, like, I think I'm better off. The lesser of two evils would be me trading him because I can at least get some value for him.
Reebok says drop AR. Can't do that. He needs all the quarterback help he can get. I mean, Birdman's got an idea. Like, can you trade Deontay to upgrade a quarterback spot? Can you trade? Is anybody willing to trade with you? You know, can you go to the Walker owner and say, take Charbonnet and Deontay and give me one slightly better player? Just, I'm talking like maybe he thinks they're even, like Dotson.
I have Walker.
Oh yeah, you have Walker. I'm sorry. Drop McKinnon. You can't drop Walker. McKinnon, deuces. I forgot you had Walker, bro.
Yeah,
I forgot you had Walker. Your team's so loaded, I forgot you had Walker. Good thing we're still on the line. Drop McKinnon. He's older. You need to keep Walker and Charbonnet cuffed more than you need to keep Pacheco. But I would be very tempted, my guy, to go make a trade first. Go to anybody and say, here's Deontay and Deontay and Swift. You know, give me I don't know. My brain doesn't work anymore. All right, Spiffy, you got a good team. Go get it done. McKinnon for love. It sucks, but it is what it is.
Appreciate it.
Later.
Appreciate it, man. What? Wait. Smitty?
Yeah.
Hey, I just want to run something.
Hurry up, Spiffy. This is the longest call in the world. Hurry up. Go ahead.
I got offered this trade just now. I just want to run it by you.
All right, hang tight, Spiffy.
This is on my other team.
All right, hang tight. Let me.
Yeah, go ahead.
410 caller. Who's this and where are you calling from? 410. What's up? Who's this and where are you calling from?
This is Sam calling from Maryland. I don't know how to put my name on there.
You what?
But yeah, it's Sam. My name's Sam. I'm calling from Maryland.
Okay, Sam from Maryland. What's up, man?
All right, I think I made a big mistake. I crushed the draft, although I was trying to get a quarterback, and I had Fields, Burrow, and T-Law on the table, and I took T-Law because I've got Ridley over Fields. I feel like I did a big mistake, but I don't know. I've got the stack, so you tell me.
I mean, what's the stack do for you, though? You're not in best ball. What's the stack do? Do you get extra
exactly.
points? Do you get extra
points? I know,
points
I panicked, and I did it.
Yeah. I mean, hey, bro. I mean, I love Oren. Call in. Go ahead. I love T-Law, but yeah, Fields is like, look at this. I mean, I've been shoving this down your throat for months, bro. 4 best picks in fantasy football 2023: Fields, Gibbs, Walker, and Joe Burrow. You know, and you panicked. You took T-Law, who we love. He's a moon man. But there's a reason these guys are on this 4 isolated. These are my boys, bro. These are my boys, you know. So like I can't condone it. I don't, you know, could you still win? Sure. But yeah, you can't take T-Law over Fields. I mean, their ADPs are not even close.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, maybe I could try and do a trade or something to upgrade it, do like a package.
Yeah. All right, this guy's Shads. You got one more warning, bro. We're gonna Shads. You're gonna go in timeout for one more time, and stop spamming the chat. Okay. So what was your question, bro?
I was thinking maybe I could like work out a trade for him. You know, upgrade, try and reach out to the Fields guy, do a little upgrade maybe.
Yeah, maybe. What kind of players do you have to throw in the mix?
Yeah, so I've got JJ, I've got Ridley, Gibbs. Then I even reached for Trevor, so I took him in the 4-5 turn.
Ridley, Gibbs, okay, I like it. Hey,
yeah,
hey, Avi,
Waller.
If you're still here, call in, Avi. Give me your team one more time. Let me do your full team. Go ahead.
Okay, so I got JJ. And then I've got, I took Calvin Ridley, and I took Gibbs at the 2-3. Then I got T-Law and Waller after that.
Okay. What else you got?
I got Kamara and then JSN.
Kamara and JSN. Nice.
Yeah.
It's a good team. I mean,
I've got
go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, I've got some like bench people. Like I got Tank Bigsby. I've got Samaje P. Ryan. I've got Deuce Vaughn, Tank Dell. I mean, just kind of a bunch of
Yeah. Okay. Well,
yeah.
I mean, it gets thin. You got a lot. You got good guys, but it is thin. It's a 12 team or 14.
It was a 12.
Okay. I don't know. You can afford to give up anything, bro. You're really thin. Why do I always write Camaro with that?
Yeah,
Camaro.
I might just play it. I mean, I got Samaje P. Ryan. I'm gonna play for like the 3 weeks or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what you can do, bro. You almost gotta honestly, I think your team is good, but your team is potentially like a player short of being like the contender, in my opinion. Like, I'm just being honest. So, maybe.
No, I think you're right.
Maybe you trade JJ. I hate to say it. It's not that I want you to trade JJ, but maybe you trade JJ. You could go to the Fields owner and say, give me Fields for T-Law, obviously in this, but maybe you turn JJ into like the combination I've been using for the last couple of questions or handful all day today has been like if let's say he had like a Walker Debo, like Walker Debo for JJ, and because JJ's number 1 overall, and you're giving up like a two fourth round players, you swap T-Law and Fields, like something like that. I'm not saying he has that combo, but like, what does he have? What's he got?
Yeah, let me pull it up. I mean, he doesn't have much. Let's see.
Okay.
Okay, he's got Hill, Josh Jacobs, T. Higgins, J.K. Dobbins, James Cook, Deontay Johnson. That's about it, honestly.
I don't know, bro. I don't know what you can do. You might have to go to a different team. I don't think you can fix the Fields for T-Law situation. You can't afford to give up any of these. Like, these are your best guys. Like, I'm not no offense to it, but you have literally one of the thinnest, very good group of guys that we've seen all night. It's like super thin. It's just like like Kamara's out 3 games. JSN's injured right now. Waller's injury prone. Love Ridley and Gibbs and JJ. That's smash, but Fields is like a 3rd or 4th round pick. T-Law is like a 6th round pick. So definitely like you got kicked in the nuts like a little bit through the draft. I know you sound a little down, so I'm not trying to make you feel worse. But like if this
No. I want to hear it.
Yeah,
Man.
if this had Fields in it, then all of a sudden it's like you got 4 ballers, bro. And then Kamara, JSN, and I love this team. I love T-Law. Like, there's a reason we tout T-Law. He could throw for 40 touchdowns. Maybe T-Law scores Fields. It's possible. But just value-wise from how I draft, I'd say. So, like, JJ, to me, if you can take JJ, and I would go to the Debo owner and see what he's got at running back, and then try and give him JJ for Debo and, like, Walker example. Or go to the Ridley owner, see what... Oh, you got Ridley, damn it. Go to the... Christian Watson owner. You're going to need a little bit better running back, though, because as you downgrade your wide receiver, and I think Watson could be as good as Debo, if not better, but in terms of fair market value, you go to Christian Watson, now all of a sudden you might need an ETN. But, like, you almost got to do that, because I don't know that JJ in this crew with T-Law is gonna get it done. So just look at it. Don't make things worse. Don't make things worse, but kick the tires a little bit on some of these. Go to Debo owner, see what he's got at running back. Go to the ETN owner, see if he's got a Christian Watson, or go to the let's see what other running backs. So ETN, go Brees Hall owner. Go to the I love that you have Gibbs. I wish you didn't, so you could go after Gibbs. You could go to the Pollard owner and just see what he'd give you for Paul. Like, if he had Christian Watson, you could get like Pollard and Watson for JJ. It could be interesting.
I also wanted to ask you this. I took So I took Ridley and Gibbs at the 2-3 turn, and Olave was there. I didn't think he'd be there, but I still passed up on him. You think that was okay to do, or should I take him there?
I take Gibbs over Olave. Like when push comes to shove. The problem is Olave. It used to be that we could, you send an offer, Thomas Madison for Kamara. Love it. Hope you get it. The problem is it used to be like, okay, if Olave's there, you got to take him because then you can get maybe Gibbs with your third rounder, you know. But like if they both fall to the third round, then it's like then I get put in a position where I'm like, well, which one do I take? And I oftentimes want Gibbs, even though I'm drafting Olave 9 times out of 10 over him, just because of the way that they could potentially fall. So yeah, go to the Pollard owner, go to the Ramondre owner, go to the ETN owner, go to the Breece Hall owner. I mean, even Najee Harris would be tempting if you could get a wide receiver. Kenneth Walker owner. And just see if you can turn JJ into 2 very, very good moon men capable guys. You know what I'm saying, bro?
Heard, yeah. I'll shop around a bit.
All right.
Appreciate you, man.
Call back when you got something, all right? All right. Appreciate you.
Yeah. Sounds good.
All right. Superfish, I'm coming to you next. I just want to, Avi, I'm sorry I yelled at you, Avi. Okay? I'm apologizing.
Nah, you don't got to be sorry. We're chilling.
I just, you know, sometimes, you know, I'm a human being. Okay, I'm admitting my fault here. I'm admitting I get agitated sometimes when you've got 1,000 different things going on. I've got so many chat messages, which I'm blessed to have, so I'm not complaining whatsoever. But you get overload. And I think sometimes, Avi, just letting you know, the delivery doesn't necessarily have to be, okay, I heard Smitty say 5 things. The thing I'm going to talk about is the negative one. It's just sometimes when a caller or a person constantly brings that, and I know you think you don't, and sometimes you don't. You're a very nice guy. You always come in with something positive somewhere in the conversation too, so I'll give you that. But you know, you don't always have to necessarily come at the negative. I love arguing, I love debating, but I do feel like sometimes certain people, and you might be one where you like to just come in and strike right at what I'm talking about. And I lost it a little bit. Okay, so I apologize,
I'll
Avi.
be better. No, I'll be better. We're good.
I apologize, Avi. We'll both be better. Don't think you can't come in with a counterpoint. I'm just saying, let's not always, you know, always go there. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm in the middle of saying something, and it's like, you know, it just felt like it was time to say something from my perspective. I mean, I could have done a better job, Avi. I could have patted you on the back. I'm sorry. I'm a human being, okay? All right, Avi, I appreciate you. Hang tight real quick. If you want to stay on, you can. Superfish, you've been waiting a long time, and I haven't heard from you in a while. Where have you been, first of all?
Long time, Smitty. I've been watching. I was hoping you'd take a quick look at my team and tell me what you think.
Yes, let's attack it, Superfish. What's your team?
All right, my quarterbacks are Jalen Hurts and Aaron Rodgers.
Hurts.
Okay. Hurts and Rodgers. My running backs are Bijan Robinson, Tony Pollard, Isaiah Pacheco, DeAndre Swift, and Jarrett McKinnon.
Okay.
My wide receivers are Calvin Ridley, Christian Watson, George Pickens, Jahan Dotson, and Sky Moore. And my tight ends are Chigga Quanko and Dalton Kincaid. What do you think?
Okay, so good job. I love. Is this a 1 QB?
Yes, 1 QB.
Okay, 1 QB. Bijan, Pollard, home runs. Pacheco, McKinnon, you cuffed it beautifully to a T. Blueprint executed. Swift, nice little wild card and a trade piece for sure. So, you know, you kind of got to wait on this team, though. You know,
right.
From Watson to Pickens to Dotson, you're not getting fair market value. Even Ridley, you're not getting fair market value for these guys on the trade market. It's just going to be, unfortunately, the case. People are not going to overpay for players that are on the rise that haven't done it yet. So there's not really much to do with this team. You said 1 QB, you said?
Yeah, 1 QB, and it's standard. It's not PPR.
Okay, so Pollard and Bijan even better that you got that. Pacheco is even more valuable there. Swift might be a little less valuable in that format. But I really like this team. I mean, Ridley's very good. What I would be on the lookout for is trying to get yourself into how many wide receivers do you start?
I start 2 and 2 running backs and a flex.
In one flex. So I would try and trade, I don't want to trade necessarily Watson, but coming out of week 1, I think you're a candidate to wait. Coming out of week 1, when Watson, Pickens, Dotson have gained value, when Pacheco, Swift, Pacheco, McKinnon, Pacheco, especially coming off Thursday night, you might walk into the weekend before anybody else has played, but the Lions and Chiefs, you might end up having some already inflated value of Pacheco. So I would definitely be on the lookout to put a combo together for a better wide receiver if you can. But Bijan, Pollard, Hurts, Ridley, Watson, and it doesn't have to be a wide receiver. It could be a running back, actually, because it's your flex. I would very, very much like to see you be on the hunt for that. So whether it's Swift and Pickens, Swift and Dotson plays the Cardinals. He blows up. You could trade him high. And I like him. I don't want you to get rid of him. But that might be the move to make. You go after a Kenneth Walker. You go after a Deebo Samuel. You go after you've already got Ridley, so you're not going to go after Ridley. Other running backs, Gibbs. Like, I'd love to see you get Gibbs. You might even want to poke around at that now. Could you get rid of like a Dotson and I mean, this is kind of a lot. I guess I'd ask the phone line, is it too much to give up Swift, Dotson, and Pickens for Gibbs? Like in this situation?
No.
Maybe you try that. I don't know what the Gibbs owner has, if they've got a really good team. But you could try coupling Pickens, Dotson, and Swift for Gibbs, and put him on the bench here. Or the bench, I'm sorry, the flex spot. I don't know.
I was after Kenneth Walker, but my friend really reached for him because he was going to be my next pick instead of Pacheco.
Yeah, then it might be hard to get him. But I really like the team. Just you're a candidate to wait for sure, though. Okay, so don't overreact.
Yes. No, I like my guys, but yeah, it seems like between Christian Watson and Pacheco, there's a little gap there. A lot of guys reached and took the ones that I was looking at and won.
Well, you got a really good team, so just stay the course. Steven with the $20 super chat. I don't see a question attached to it. If you've got a question, let me know. G Money, appreciate you. All right, appreciate you calling in, Superfish. You got a really, really, really good squad. Nice work.
All right, I appreciate it. Thank you. Take care, Smitty.
All right, thank you. Let's go back to Spiffy. Spiffy, what was your last question? And I'm gonna start cycling everybody off the phone line real quick. Justin, if you could mute real quick, Justin, just so there's no background noise. Hang tight.
Hey, Spiffy, I'm going. Let me mute.
All right, thank you. All right, go ahead, Spiffy.
Yeah, so I had just been offered, and this is not that usually the league I drafted previously, the one with CeeDee Lamb and Diggs and those guys. I got offered Miles Sanders, Jonathan Taylor, and Daniel Jones for CeeDee Lamb and Jerick McKinnon.
This is a one QB. This is a one QB.
This is one QB.
Yeah, and you don't. This is the one where you need a quarterback, or you think you need one, right? Anthony Richardson's better. I mean, Anthony Richardson's.
No.
Different league. Okay.
This is the other one. This is a different league. This is the one with I think I have Joe Burrow.
Okay,
the one that I had left the running back towards the end.
Okay.
That my starting running back is Antonio Gibson, Khalil Herbert, and Jerick McKinnon.
Yeah. So I'll say this. I know you're intrigued because I know you. You're looking at this like a gold mine. What if JT comes back and he's the JT of old? Yeah. I'm going to strike it rich. But the problem is Sanders and Daniel Jones don't close any sort of gap that's created not only in that 4-game span, but maybe week 1, let's say, or week 5. Let's say JT comes off the PUP and he comes into the game in week 5, plays for the Colts, doesn't get traded. He might be very slow moving. He might not have a full workload. It's going to take some adjustment getting back to full speed. You're losing so many points making this trade, and you have to have everything go right for JT. What if he doesn't play again? This is one of those moves, Spiffy, where I think you get into your own head and you try and come up with some sort of like this crazy little advantage that I'm going to pull. Like, just roll with the talent, bro. You got CeeDee Lamb, who's a top 12 overall player. Let me put it this way, Spiffy. If JT came back and was, he was pretty decent, but he was a little bit hit hard from the layoff. And you're begging somebody to give you Lamb for these three guys when JT's back. When he's back, this is a trade you're trying to make.
Yeah.
So no, disapprove this 100%.
What if let's say you take out Daniel Jones and instead of giving up CeeDee Lamb, I give up Devonta Smith?
No, it's the same thing. I mean, Devonta Smith he might be better than Lamb. I'm not saying you rank him there. I'm not saying you draft him there. I'm not saying you expect it there. But if like A.J. Brown gets banged up, which is not the craziest, possibility. He's got a lot of knee problems in his history. And even if he doesn't, he's still top 15 potential overall player. Devonta, no way. Again, Spiffy, stop chasing JT. Stop chasing him. You either draft him around 6-7 or trade for him at round 6-7 value. It's the same concept, Spiffy. You're going to go trade for JT at what would equate to 6th round draft value. That's it. You don't go using CeeDee Lamb's, Devontae Smith's, Calvin Ridley's, even Deebo Samuel's, even ETN's or Walker's or Hall's. You don't use those players. You go to the JT owner who's decimated, and you say, give me a coffee. Okay, give me a coffee and make this trade. You don't gift wrap a CeeDee Lamb. You know what I'm saying, Spiff? Like, so you did good tonight with your draft. Don't go backwards. Don't revert back to this. Let me go find this creative loophole. Stop doing that. Maybe you do that in your own world and work. Do you mind telling us what you do for a living? Don't tell us where you work or anything identifying. But like, do you mind if we ask you what you do? I think something financial maybe.
Yeah.
Or what do you do?
Yeah. How'd you know?
I just can tell. But it's something like if it's a financial advisor or financial banking or financial, what do you do?
I'm a commercial realtor.
Okay, realtor. Okay, that makes sense. It makes sense.
I'm a commercial broker.
It makes sense that you are, because you're looking for value. You're always looking for like the next blow up. The next piece of land and the next place to buy. But you need to look at football differently. Or if you're going to use that skill set, you need to hone in on it differently because you're trying to find. And again, for anybody listening, this is the guy that drafted. I'm sorry I keep throwing this out here, Spiffy. I'm just trying to let people learn. It's a learning environment. Took Kelsey in round 2 last year. Took Pitts in round 3. In a one tight end league, and I just was up in arms about it. Like, how are we going to get rid of Pitts right now? I thought I could trade him for what, a 3rd round player? Why didn't you just draft a 3rd round player, Spiff? So I think that's what you're doing here again. And just Spiff, you need to use those skills of finding the next gem, but at the value, not at taking better value and trying to go get downward the JT. You need to use pieces, little breadcrumbs, and pile those breadcrumbs together and make a sandwich out of breadcrumbs, and then hand this guy a breadcrumb sandwich that you made from just tiny little crumbs off your roster, and you get JT that way. That's how you do it, Spiff. Don't take a steak sandwich and try and turn it into 5 little burger sliders from Applebee's.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I get that.
All right, I appreciate you, Spiff. Keep doing your thing. You crushed it in your draft, bro. I'm so proud of you. I want you to know that. I'm going to give you a standing ovation again.
I appreciate that.
I mean it from the bottom of my heart, Spiffy. You crushed your draft tonight. Don't screw it up by giving that team away.
Bro, let me tell you, I got so much hate because everyone from the league noticed that, man, you have all like rookies and 2nd year and 3rd year players, like. And on top of that, like ESPN projections have me at the bottom of the league, so they're like, "Oh my gosh, this guy has the worst team."
Yeah, they don't give value to anybody. All right, Spiffy, I got to let you go. I got to get off the phone line. We've been live for 3 hours and 28 minutes. I meant to go live for like 45 minutes tonight. Let me get these super chats, and I'm going to circle around the phone line. I got Justin waiting. I'm going to get Avi off the line out before that, and then I'm going to go to Justin, then I'm going to get off and go to bed. Stephen Roach, thank you for the $20 hauler. Let's go.
Alert. Super chat alert.
Stephen Roach says Fields, Gibbs, Pacheco, Garrett Wilson, Amon-Ra, Amari Cooper, Dillon. That's all he wrote. He just wanted to, I think, name drop his team here, and let's give it a little score. Garrett Wilson, Amon-Ra, Amari Cooper, Dillon, Pacheco. I will say this, Stephen, I don't lie. Even if you drop a $20 hauler, I'm not sitting here going, awesome. This is a little thin. It's got some amazing players on it. I love Fields, league winner. Actually, my guy, Garrett Wilson, if I had to throw, I even might take, I don't want to take Kenneth Walker off this list, but I may potentially not take him off, but add to this. And I would say Garrett Wilson anywhere near the 12-13 turn, and sometimes the top of round 2, because Garrett Wilson's going at the top of round 2 right now. It might be one of the best picks in fantasy football, Garrett Wilson, to this. So you arguably, just to pat you on the back and let you know, you arguably have 3 of my top 5 overall best picks in fantasy football 2023 in Fields, Gibbs, and Wilson. And Amon-Ra's close. So you have an unbelievable team. But first of all, I don't know what your bench is. Maybe you got better bench. But as soon as I saw Dillon, I thought, okay, this kind of fell off a little. So maybe there's more players that are better than Dillon. You just didn't list them. But Pacheco, McKinnon would be great. Amari Cooper, I trade Amari Cooper. Personally, I'm not a huge Amari Cooper fan. A lot of people are. That's okay if you are. I'm going and getting Debo. I'm going and getting Walker. I'm going and getting DJ Moore. I'm going and getting Ridley. Amari Cooper probably costs more. Or Ridley probably costs more than Amari Cooper, so you'd have to give up something more in addition. I'd probably go to the Aaron Jones owner and see what you could hold Dillon over their head for. But I don't know where this is going to go. The only reason I say it drops off is because it goes straight to Pacheco, who's like a 7 or 8 round guy, and Dillon, and he's like a later. So I just don't know where the value left, why it left the station so quickly. My guess is auction. I bet you this is an auction team. But Steven, you got 3 of my favorite players, bro. So congratulations on that. Just hope there's more depth to work with, and if you got that, drop it. G Money with a $20 hauler.
Alert. Super chat alert.
G Money, my guy. Hey, Smitty, just did a draft tonight. My team is QB Mahomes, Walker, Kamara, Swift, Charbonnet, Warren, Vaughn, Ridley, Watson, Gabe Davis, Tank Dell, Kelsey can kick. God, this is one of those things. I'm telling you, Kelsey is such an amazing player to draft this year in the top 4, because you look at a team, and remember last year, you read a team off, it looked like trash, and you have Kelsey. Made it look, okay, now it's good, but it still looks thin, but it's good, it's got Kelsey, okay, big advantage. I'm literally reading this team going, Mahomes, Walker, Kamara, Swift, Charbonnet, Jalen Warren, Vaughn, Ridley, Watson, Gabe Davis, Tank Dell. Good team. Like, is it my favorite? Is it going to be a top 4 team, top 3 team? Probably not. Then Kelsey. I read Kelsey. Turns that top 3 team into the number 1 team. It's crazy how deep you can build a team this year. The running back and wide receiver pools are so rich. Walker, Kamara, Swift, Ridley, Watson. I mean, how the hell do you have a team like this when you draft Kelsey? Deep wide receiver and running back pool. So love the team, bro. Absolutely amazing. Love the Travis Kelsey approach this year. It's unbelievable. It's the best way to draft in some cases. So continue to do it, guys. If you have, continue to do it. Thank you, G Money. I think I got all the super chats out of the way. If anybody has any more, drop them, and I'll definitely throw them on screen. Let me go over to Avi. Avi, any final thoughts, my man? Rab, thank you. Rag?
Yeah, no, I'll just say I'll come in less, at your topic going forward. We'll be better in that way. And,
all right.
Justin Fields to the moon. Let's do it.
We agree on a lot of things, Avi, so it's not like we can't.
Do. No,
it's not like we can't find.
Agree and don't agree.
Yeah, it's not like we can't find. Not saying you need to come in. I don't want yes men in here. I wouldn't have I wouldn't have an open phone line where people can dial in if I had thin skin. But sometimes it's about repetitive. Action.
Yeah.
And so, you seem like such a reasonable person. I thought I'd come in here and apologize for yelling at you and
It's
we'll
all
move forward. All right. Appreciate you, Avi. Later.
Later.
All right. I overreacted. What am I going to say? Justin, you're live. Sorry about the wait.
Hey, Smitty, how's it going, man? Hey, shout out to you, man, for being live, doing the content this late, man. Like, much love. Love the channel. Love
Thank
you. I wanted to bring up, I'm with the belief of, like, late round quarterback might be the move this year. Tua at the end. But really, I want to talk about, why are we not talking about Brock Purdy as a great option this year? He's going to be in the best offense in San Francisco with plenty of weapons. He's more mobile than Garoppolo, and he's virtually like free at the end of the draft.
Julian, I guess I missed Julian's super chat. Julian, I'm going to put this right here. So I got you next, okay? I agree with you to some extent, bro. I'll put Purdy on screen here because we're talking about him. I have been talking about him a lot lately, actually. I don't know if you've seen it. It hasn't been like to a starting degree, like, hey, let's all draft Brock Purdy and start him in fantasy football 2023 in a 10-man, 12-man league. But like super flex, he's starting to become, let me just put it this way. If anybody's got a super flex draft coming up, 401 people in here, 308 thumbs up. That means we're giving away two thefantasyfootballshow.com $35 content memberships on my Instagram. If you guys want to be involved in that giveaway, just go to my The Fantasy Football Show Instagram account. And in my most recent post, go in there, drop a couple rocket emojis and tag two people. And tonight after the show, I'm going to pick two people and give free memberships to and validate by putting it on my story so you guys know I'm doing it. Not that you don't trust me, but I want you to know this is real. I'm not just shooting this out. So because we hit 308 likes in the video, I'm giving away two. So punch that thumb up button. If we hit 400 likes, I'm giving away another one. So, bro, if anybody's got a super flex draft coming up, Brock Purdy is a phenomenal emergency second quarterback if you miss out on my top two favorite second quarterback options, which are Aaron Rodgers and Jordan Love. Aaron Rodgers and Jordan Love fall to the 4-5 round territory all the time. And if you get sniped and stepped on there, Brock Purdy's the next best option. So I agree with you that he can have some value. Do I think he's a top 8 to 10 quarterback this year? Is it impossible to say he could get to that level? No. The offense is loaded. He has the UCL injuries recovering from still. I don't think he's 100% probably from it, but I think he's been looking good. So like there's some concern, but bro, you're 100% right. There's value there. This is better. This is like a Jared Goff potential fantasy football production that at least Goff of old
with way better weapons. I mean, I just think that like the way we're playing the fantasy landscape this year, like you can be drafting such good value positional players rounds like 1 through 12, rounds 1 through 10. You get to rounds 11 through 12. I like to finish my draft taking 3 quarterbacks, and those I take Geno Smith, Tua, Daniel Jones, Brock Purdy. One of those 3 are going to hit.
Let's not get carried away and say that way better weapons in Detroit. Detroit's got some weapons too, bro.
No, they got some weapons, but San Francisco's. I mean, it's top to bottom. Debo, Ayuk, McCaffrey, Elijah Mitchell, Kittle. Like Purdy loses out if CMC rushes it in. You know what I mean? But I mean, CMC's a receiving back. Like you can see Brock Purdy averaging 3 touchdowns a game at the bare minimum.
No, bro. I don't say at the bare minimum. 3 touchdowns a game. You get it, bro.
Look, the defense is so great. They might run out games. They're very
bro. 3 touchdowns a game. You know what that equates to?
17 times 51.
Yeah.
51 touchdowns.
Come on, man. Hey, can I ask you, Justin? I appreciate you, and I agree with you on the surface level here. But let me answer this question: Do you have 49er season tickets?
No, I don't.
Do you want?
Jets, I'm buying.
Do you want them? I'm not giving them away. I'm just saying.
I'm a Jets fan. I'm a Jets fan. Okay. I have been drinking the Kool-Aid on Purdy. I just really think the situation's great.
51 touchdowns. 3 at least. You said at least though. That was the great part. You're like 3 touchdowns a game at least.
I mean, look. My second point though is that
you heard it here.
Realization, and this might because I'm a Jets homer, but I have the fifth pick. If the board goes like Chase, Jefferson, McCaffrey, and Bijan goes, those 4 players go, I'm taking Garrett Wilson, number 5. And not even taking twice.
I love Garrett Wilson, bro. Garrett Wilson to the moon.
He's I refuse to take CeeDee Lamb or like anyone else. Like Garrett Wilson is younger and will be better.
Yeah.
He'll be younger.
You get, bro, this,
He's younger.
you remind
He's literally younger.
you remind me of like a little younger version of myself. You sound like you're so hopped up on energy, bro. You're ready to go. You're ready to go.
Garrett Wilson at number 5. I think Garrett Wilson in the top 8 picks.
Here's little Smitty. Little
I think it's
Smitty.
an amazing pick.
Hey, Justin, I appreciate you, my guy. I got to jump,
Absolutely.
but I agree. Again, surface.
God bless you, brother, man. You keep on doing you. I love the show, man.
The show loves you.
I love it. Absolutely. God bless. Take care.
Show loves you. Surface level, we agree. Okay. He's so that guy's going 100 miles an hour. He couldn't even. I was still talking to him. He just hung up. We got a couple $20 super chats here. Riley with a $20 hauler. Let's go.
Alert. Super chat alert.
Riley dropping a wad. 10-team home league PPR 1 flex. Justin Herbert, ETN, Walker, Hall, Dobbins, Charbonnet, Chase, Amon-Ra, AJ Brown, Dotson. Very good squad. Herbert, ETN, Walker, Hall. I mean, your receivers are off the hook, Riley. Off the hook. Amon-Ra, AJ Brown, Chase. ETN. I mean, so I guess we'll just say Dobbins and Dotson. Dobbins and, I don't know. Maybe you just trade Dobbins straight up for somebody. The wide receiver. So Dobbins, if we go back to the ADP, let me go back over to here. Show the ADP rankings. So Dobbins has that ADP value of 64.5 or 64.7. So Pierce is 1 slot above him. Walker 1 slot above. Javonte 1 spot below. Kamara. I kind of look at this team and I say to myself, let me go back over to the team real quick. I say to myself, I got another $20 hauler. I'm coming for you. I say to myself, this is a team that could afford to take Kamara. So let's go J.K. Dobbins for Alvin Kamara. Get her done. That's what I'm thinking, Riley. If not, I mean, Kamara, Javonte, those are all players below J.K. I would take McKinnon and Charbonnet if the combo was available, if you could pick up McKinnon. And people are going to say I'm crazy for wanting Pacheco over J.K., but I don't trust J.K. at all, and I love Pacheco. So if you can get more, I would. Wide receiver-wise, if we're talking that territory in terms of a cross-position trade, I mean, Pickens, Dotson, those are all, I don't know, you got Dotson already. So Pickens, Mike Evans, JSN. I'd trade J.K. Dobbins for JSN. At me. I don't care. At me. Doesn't matter. $2 hauler from Jared. Jared, I want to get this out of the way. Example draft through process 10-team 2 QB pick 6. Example draft throughout. Example draft through 10-team 2 pick. I can't do an example draft right now, Jared. I got all these super chats on. I mean, just if this is what you mean. I don't know if that's what you mean. So example draft in my head, 10-team 2 quarterback pick 6. I would say Fields to the moon, bro. Fields, Jared. You do it live, okay? Fields or Burrow. You're going to get one of them. Fields usually falls like 7, 8, 9 in a lot of grandma leagues. So let's just call Fields the pick. Second round, go back to normal. Garrett Wilson, St. Brown, Bijan, whoever you get there, back to normal 1 QB drafting. Then you get into round 3, same thing. Go get Gibbs in round 4 if you can. But I'd even take him in 3. But you go back to Olave. He's a second rounder in 1 QB. He's a third rounder in 2 QB. So let's say you come out going Fields, Garrett Wilson, or no, better yet, Fields, Bijan, Olave, and then you start contemplating a quarterback again. But again, as you heard me talk about earlier, if you can get away with going another round and getting Love or Aaron Rodgers in 5 or Purdy like in 7 or 6, do that. That's what I can map out for you. Still live, you dropped this crown. Thank you, Lewis. Appreciate you. Yeah, this is about a 4-hour live stream. I was going to go live for 45 minutes. It's freaking 1:08 my time. 4:08 Eastern. $20 hauler. Let's go. I'm getting in shape by getting up and down.
Alert. Super chat alert.
My boy, $20 hauler. Where's the screen? I'm on the wrong screen here. This one. Where am I at? This one. Michael, I got the first pick in my draft tonight, Superflex. I've been thinking Mahomes, but been thinking Burrow. Go Mahomes. He's safer. I love Burrow. He's got the calf injury. He's probably going to be fine. And I love his ADP. You know what I mean? Like in 1 QB, that's the whole like narrative here. Is like Joe Burrow shouldn't fall to 5-6 because of the calf. He's a steal. It packages it in. You know, there's concern. Is there concern? You missed my $5 super chat earlier, says Terry Roberts. Let me see if I can get this on here. Terry, I'm sorry, bro. Terry Roberts says another giveaway. Yep, 300 likes, another giveaway, thefantasyfootballshow.com. Terry, thank you so much, my guy. Thank you so much. Are you planning another live stream? Thank you, Terry. Appreciate that one. Terry to the moon. Terry, thank you for moderating. Thank you for being an awesome dude. This right here, would I go Fields in a 4 if it's 4 points per TD pass? You know, so 6 points would make Mahomes the easy one pick. But like I'd even contemplate Fields, bro. But trade down if you're gonna do that. But Mahomes, take him one. Don't even second guess it. Mahomes or Hurts. I like Hurts as much, but I'm probably not going Joe Burrow. And this is from one of the bigger Joe Burrow fans out there. But why do that with the calf injury? He's an amazing value where you're getting him in 1 QB, but I'm not going to take him there. $4.99 holler. Can I get them digits? I'll be real quick. No pressure. Yeah.
Call into the show. Call into the show.
Brennan and Landon, top super chatters in a single live stream so far this month. We're only 3 days in, but $240 by Brennan, $230 by Landon. Appreciate you both. Guys are absolute monsters. There you go, Oren. Appreciate your super chat. This one here, $5 hauler from Julian. Julian says, traded Jacobs, Khalil Herbert, Christian Watson for Garrett Wilson, London, Ramondre. Jacobs, Khalil Watson for Garrett Wilson, London, Ramondre.
Got him.
Yeah, is this the veto police? Yeah, there's a guy named Julian. Julian. Yeah, he's committed fantasy football robbery, and he's in my live stream right now. 10 minutes? Okay. Julian, hang tight. Hang tight, my guy. Julian, are you still here? I'm sorry I was delayed on the super chat. This one's from Daddy. Daddy's $20 hauler. Appreciate your $20 hauler.
Alert. Super chat alert.
$20 hauler. I drafted at the 4 pick in a 12-team PPR. We run 1 running back, 1 wide receiver, 1 tight end, 3 flex. In order, Bijan, Waddle, Olave, Watson, Ramondre, Kamara, London, Pittman. Yeah, I like that team. Passed on Burrow in the 5th for Ramondre. Yeah, I mean that I probably would have taken Burrow myself, but I don't blame you. You know, I don't blame you because you went wide receiver shopping, but at the same time, you only needed one RB. So I probably would have went Burrow, but I don't hate this. I probably would have went Fields. I think Bijan, Waddle, Olave, like Fields, you know, would have been, and that's where Debo comes into play because I think he somehow, some way could have fit in there with Fields or Burrow, and you would have had like kind of a similar thing. But it's a good team. I mean, that team in that format, it's competitive for sure. Top 4 or 5 team, I would imagine, especially if Tua stays healthy. But Tua's a concern. You got Anthony Richardson to back him up. That should be okay. Appreciate your super chat. And I think you'll be okay at the end of the day. This is one from I don't even know how to say that name. Grigor. Appreciate you, my guy. $20 hauler. Let's go.
Alert. Super chat alert.
And before I answer this, there's nothing here. I'll look for his question. Thank you. I'll look for your question. There's nothing attached. Rag dropping the $2 hauler. What's good, Smitty? I'm all in on Hall and Gibbs. I'm sorry it took me so long to respond to that silly, just a response of mine. Like all you needed was a silly little response of mine, and I didn't see it in time because I'm seeing too many things on screen. So appreciate you for that super chat. Gregor, go ahead, bro. Go ahead and call in, bro. I got you. Thank you for the super chat. Let me see if I got the phone number I can put on screen for you. I want to move. Hold on. I gotta try and enable this real quick, bro. (818) caller, who is this? You're calling in live. What's your name and where you calling from? All right, who's this? Grigor. What's up, Grigor? Appreciate your $20 hauler, bro. What can I help you with?
Hey, man, I love your show. Just a real quick question. I had a sick draft. I was drinking, having fun because I destroyed my draft. Went home. I got on Underdog, and I've been drafting like crazy, and I hit my monthly limit. And I was drunk, and I got on it. Somehow I restricted myself for 6 months.
Oh, bro.
So my question is am I safe? My bets are still on, or?
Oh, I don't know. You'll have to contact them. I don't have that kind of.
Like, I don't even know what to do, man.
Yeah, I don't have that kind of information. I imagine. No, you can't. I mean, they're not gonna just get in touch with them. They'll let you know. But what they do is that's like a safety mechanism, if you're on Underdog and you're having an issue and you're like you can't, you want to make sure you're not doing too much and you need some like control or help. Underdog Fantasy, they're really responsive about that. They're really they take it seriously. So if you end up doing something like that, like I better stop doing it, they won't undo it, I don't think, and that's the whole safety mechanism. So you don't have to contact them.
Oh, right.
But I'm sure you can see all what you have.
Funny business, right?
Yeah, you what?
They're trustworthy, right? Like they won't,
oh yeah, Underdog's amazing, man. Just contact them. Go to their when you open the app, it doesn't let you view anything at all. Like there's no like.
No, yeah, it just tells me I restricted myself.
Okay, well then you just reach out to them. Go on our web. Go on the web page.
Can we go over my team real quick?
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Real quick. Okay, my QB Fields.
All right, hold on. Let me write it down. Fields.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
RBs are Barkley, Robinson, Hall.
Okay.
Okay, wide receivers, DK, Dotson. DK Dotson, I have Pickens and JSN. And my bench is kind of weak, and I have Bigsby and Miller and Gainwell. That's about it.
Yeah. So it's a good team. I'd say that you probably are a little bit light for week one. Like, could you struggle early on? Maybe. And the reason I say that is because you got JSN. We don't know what his status is going to be fully. They haven't run a lot of 3 wide receiver sets all the time in the past, so you got to wonder coming off the injury.
I have Bijan too.
Oh, bro, that makes it a whole lot better. Thank God.
Yeah. So I have Paul as my flex.
I was trying to sugarcoat it a little bit.
Yeah.
I was trying to sugarcoat it a little bit. Okay, so yeah, the only thing I'd say though is you still could start off a little slow because you got Hall and JSN. But it's still a very good team. I mean, Fields, Barkley, Bijan, DK, Pickens, Dotson. They're all gonna have a good
I
good
just
day.
don't like DK. How you feel about DK?
I like DK, but given you have JSN, I would trade him. I would try and get into it. Like Debo would be perfect because I think his ADP is higher than Debo. So if you put Debo into this,
right?
That's awesome, bro. That's awesome. I love that. I love that. That to me makes you a top 2 team in your league without even seeing the other rosters. Top 2 or 3.
I appreciate that, man. Hey, love your show, man.
Later. Appreciate you. Hey, yeah, get on a webpage and pull it up and then contact them. You know what I mean? You got to be able to see it. You know, you got to be able to see what you put in. Like, there's no way that it wouldn't be like, sorry, you know, or something. So get a hold of them. They'll help you out. They're great people. Later, man.
Thank you, brother.
All right. Austin with a $4 hauler, 8-man team, full PPR, Jefferson, Garrett Wilson, Pollard. God, how do you start with that team? Jefferson, Garrett Wilson, Pollard in the 3rd round. Like, what's going on here? Watson, London, Dobbins, Freiermuth, Herbert, Higgins, Swift. Trade Dobbins and Deontay for. I keep using them all night long. I'm going to continue. Debo, Dobbins and Deontay for Ridley. Dobbins and Deontay for ETN. Dobbins and Deontay for Walker. Dobbins and Deontay for Breece Hall. Dobbins for Kamara straight up. That's one we've been talking about all day long. That's to prevent the algorithm drafters from doing 1,000 other teams. Yeah, maybe. Smitty is Team Bijan. We absolutely are, Mr. TD. Appreciate you. I think I'm this is a 4-hour live stream. Good God. I thank you all for all the super chats. Charles T, I'm sorry I missed your super chat. Charles T came in with a super chat. Thank you. Let me read this. Did I miss anybody's super chat? Could someone tell me if they have an outstanding super chat they have not had answered? I will take care of it right now. Smitty, Olave or Watson and Chubb or Kamara. Olave or Watson and Chubb or Kamara. This is, my brain is so fried out. It's confusing me. What am I looking at here? Olave or Watson and Chubb or Kamara. I don't know the combination that we're talking about here. My brain can't process this equation. Let's I know I have a button for this. I have a button for this somewhere. Where is it? Is it right here? There's a solution to this problem. It's not that hard. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm looking at here, Charles T. I'm going to wait for Charles T to update me. He might have already commented. I just don't know what I'm looking at. My brain's fried, and I don't know. Charles T, where are you? So let me just say this. If I'm ranking all these players, swap the ands and ors. If I'm trading all these players, I'd say Olave over Watson by a whole round and a half. Chubb over Kamara by even though I love Kamara, by 3 or 4 rounds. I don't know what I'm looking at. Olave or Watson and Chubb or Kamara. Orange says I typed in and went to a number that says it's disconnected. It's not disconnected. Dial into the show, bro.
Call into the show. Call into the show.
I'm waiting for Charles T to give us some clarification on this. He says, haha, would you trade Watson? Here we go. I can't wait to figure out what the answer is, and then recalculate the equation. Would you trade Watson for Olave, and would you trade Kamara for Chubb? Okay. First of all, no and no. Olave, again, has second-round value, and Watson's 4th round. So the answer is absolutely hell no. And then on a separate trade, Kamara has 6th round value. Chubb has literally 1st round value. So these are couldn't be further from, you know what I mean? Let me give you an example. Would I trade Olave? Would I trade Christian Watson and Kamara for Chubb? If you traded away Nick Chubb, you should get Christian Watson and Kamara for just Nick Chubb, as an example, Charles T. That's another reason why it was so hard to figure out, is because they didn't make sense, those trades individually. So, yeah, that's not even the same universe. Have a good night, bud. You're the best. Thank you, Oren. Oren, who's supposed to call? Oren, I'm waiting for you to call, bro. Oren, call the phone line. It's right here. I'm waiting for you. We're waiting on Oren.
Call into the show. Call into the show.
Chubb over Kamara, no way, Smitty. That's what I just said. Chubb over Kamara. Chubb is like round 1. Kamara is freaking 6th round. What are you talking about, Kill? That's what I'm saying. Yeah, if you trade Chubb, you should be getting Kamara and Christian Watson, and even that might not be something that somebody would do. So that's all I'm saying. Peanut Butter Waivers, appreciate you. Drop Kendre Miller for a kicker? Probably, bro. I mean, it just depends who else you'd have to drop, but sure. Where's Oren? Oren, I'm waiting for you, pal. I'm waiting for you, Oren. I'm staying up for you, Oren. I've been live for 3 hours and 59 minutes and 55 seconds. We're about to cross over the 4-hour barrier. Oren, do it live, Oren. We're here for you, Oren. Where are you, Oren? I don't think Oren's calling. Oren? Hello? Oren? So, I've had Titanic on. I set Titanic on for Miss Mitty, who was falling asleep, and I get so loud I have to play something, because I'm such a loud, screamer in here, especially when I was going at Avi. And I still hear Titanic playing. Did Titanic play the entire... Is that a 4-hour movie? Ziggy, how long is the movie Titanic?
Titanic is 3 hours and 14 minutes long.
Oh. We went past the Titanic because we're live for 4 hours. Fields of Dreams to the Moon. Oren, where are you? Oren? Hello, Oren? Okay, Oren's not calling. Oren, I'm waiting for you, bro. All right, I'm out of here. Appreciate you all. Thank you so much for the super chats. Oren's not calling in. We're waiting for Oren. All right, I'm out of here. Fields of Dreams. Thank you guys all for the super chats. You guys rock.
Leave it on the fields.
Just in time.
Fields of dreams.
Fields like making love.
Outstanding in his fields.
Fields so good.
Fields general. My field's good. Uneven playing fields.
Battlefields tested.
Fields. He's for reals.
Live Monday through Friday, 7. Live Monday through Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern. Every single Monday through Friday. 4-hour live stream in the books. I don't know where Oren went. Oren, where are you? Justin Ross could rise to be the number 1 in KC. I like that, Reebok. We like him a lot here. Later, Natchi, appreciate you. Jarrett, appreciate you. Peanut Butter and Waivers, appreciate you. Sick Nasty, thank you for moderating. Thank you, all my moderators out there. Oren. Hello? Oren? Hello? Oren.
Smitty.
Oren, where you been, bro?
How's it going, bro?
We're waiting for you, bro. You've been sick.
Oh man, I apologize. I fumbled it so many. I was trying to type in your number, bro. I was one number off. Like, I feel so bad for all the people that I called.
Are you sipping on Grandpa's cough medicine tonight, Oren?
4:30 in the morning. I just called so many people on accident, bro.
Oren, I know you've been sipping on the cough medicine a little bit. What can I do What can I do for you?
Bad.
Not too
Just
bad.
a little bit.
Just a little bit. No, when you say I've been typing in your number. Go ahead.
Say it again, bro.
No, that's all right. Go ahead. What can I help you with real quick?
I just want to say thank you, man. It's the first weekend of college, bro. It's a good week.
That's
Hard
what's
week,
happening.
Fun week.
You be careful, bro. You be careful out there.
I've been watching your show a long time. Just got back from the bars.
Yeah.
First time over there. Fun scene.
Mhm.
Went back to watching Smitty. I missed the little live, but thought I'd catch the replay. What's that? He's still live.
All right,
Tune in.
Appreciate
That's
you,
me.
Oren. Go get some sleep,
Just
bro.
want to say thank you.
Thank you, and go get some water, okay? All right, Oren. Appreciate you. Go learn something. Have fun in school. It's the best time of your life. Go have fun. All right. Be careful though. All right. Be careful. Don't get in any craziness. Make good decisions. Always make good decisions,
I won't,
Oren.
bro. I won't.
All right. Later.
You too, man.
All right. Appreciate you.
You have a good night.
Later. Typing in the wrong number. First of all, when you say typing instead of dialing, you know somebody's like just poor Oren. Oren, make good decisions, Oren. Yeah, he's probably sick, nasty. He's right. He's probably calling Smitty. All right, I'm out of here. Appreciate you all. Deuces. Thank you for all the super chats. Thank you for all the support. We had over about 2,500 comments on this show tonight. 2,500 comments. Woo! 2,500 comments from you all in the chat. That's amazing. Don't forget, we're live 24 straight hours, potentially, if you guys keep me live. Opening Sunday, week 1. Deuces, later.